ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನಕ್ಕೆ 60 ವರ್ಷ. ತನ್ನ 60ನೇ ವರ್ಷದ ಹುಟ್ಟು ಹಬ್ಬವನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂಭ್ರಮಾಚರಣೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಪ್ರಯುಕ್ತ ನಾವು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಶೇಷ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಇದು ಸಂತವಾಣಿ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ನವೆಂಬರಿಂದ ಚಲನಚಿತ್ರೋತ್ಸವ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನೆಗೆ 5 ಚಲನಚಿತ್ರಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸಂಪನ್ನಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. 5 ಅದ್ಭುತ ಚಲನಚಿತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿದ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕರು ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ತಾಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮತೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಮುಂದಿನ ಆವರ್ತ ಇಂದಿನಿಂದ ಸಂತವಾಣಿ ಅನೇಕ ನಾಥ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಚನ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಹರಿದಾಸ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ, ಗೌಡಿಯ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ, ವಾರ್ಕರಿ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ, ಅನೇಕ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ದೇಶದ ನಾನಾ ವಿಶೇಷ ಪಂಡಿತರು ಆಗಮಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಇದೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಮತ್ತು ವಿಶೇಷ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಲಿಕೆಗಳು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾವು ಗಣೇಶನ ಸ್ತುತಿಸುವುದರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ದೇವರುಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ತುತಿಸುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಭಜನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಪೈ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದವರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ.
ವಕ್ರತುಂಡ ಮಹಾಕಾಯ ಕೋಟಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಸಮಪ್ರಭಾ ನಿರ್ವಿಘ್ನಂ ಕುರು ಮೇ ದೇವಾ ಸರ್ವಕಾರೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ ಸರ್ವಕಾರೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ. ಗುರು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಗುರುರ್ವಿಷ್ಣು ಗುರುದೇವೋ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ಗುರು ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ ಪರಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ತಸ್ಮೈ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರವೇ ನಮಃ. ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಚರಣೋ ಶ್ರೀಮನಸಾ ಸ್ಮರಾಮಿ. ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಚರಣೋ ವಚಸಾ ಗೃಣಾಮಿ. ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಚರಣಂ ಮನಸಾ ಸ್ಮರಾಮಿ. ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಚರಣೋ ಶರಣೋ ಪ್ರಪದ್ಯೆ. ವಂದೇ ಓಂಕಾರ ಚಾಮರಗಾಣನೆ ಶಂಕರ ಸುತ ಶರಣೋ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ. ವಂದೇ ಓಂಕಾರ ಚಾಮರಗಾಣನೆ ಶಂಕರ ಸುತ ಶರಣೋ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ. ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ. ಮದ್ದೂರು ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರವು ಗಣಪತಿ ಕುಂಬಾಶಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ. ಹಟ್ಟಿಯಂಗಡಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಇಡಗೊಂಜಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಗೋಕರ್ಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ. ಮದ್ದೂರು ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರವು ಗಣಪತಿ ಕುಂಬಾಶಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ. ಹಟ್ಟಿಯಂಗಡಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಇಡಗೊಂಜಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಗೋಕರ್ಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ. ವಂದೇ ಓಂಕಾರ ಚಾಮರಗಾಣನೆ ಶಂಕರ ಸುತ ಶರಣೋ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ. ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ. ಸುಮುಖನೆ ಕಪಿಲನೆ ಏಕದಂತನೆ ಶುಭವರ್ಣ ನ್ಯೌರಿ ನಂದನ ನಿನ್ನನೆಯೆಂದೆಂದು ಸ್ತುತಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ ಹಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಪೂಜೆ ರಥ ಮಾಡುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನೇ ಎಂದೆಂದು ಸ್ತುತಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ ಹಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಾಡುವೆ ಪೂಜೆ ರಥ ಮಾಡುವೆ ಮದ್ದೂರು ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರವು ಗಣಪತಿ ಕುಂಬಾಶಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ ಹಟಿಯಂಗಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಎಡಗೊಂಜಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಗೋಕರ್ಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ ಮದ್ದೂರು ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರವು ಗಣಪತಿ ಕುಂಬಾಶಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ ಹಟಿಯಂಗಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಎಡಗೊಂಜಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಗೋಕರ್ಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ ವಂದೇ ಓಂಕಾರ ಚಾಮರ ಕಾರಣನೆ ಶಂಕರ ಸುತ ಶರಣೋ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ ವಿಕಟನೆ ವಿಮಲನೆ ಧೂಮ್ರವರ್ಣನೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ವಿಕಟನೆ ವಿಮಲನೆ ಧೂಮ್ರವರ್ಣನೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ನಿನಗೆ ವಂದನೆ ನೀನಿಲ್ಲದ ಮಗ್ಯಾರು ಸಕರಿಲ್ಲವೋ ಬಾಂಧವರಿಲ್ಲವೋ ಕಾಯುವರಿಲ್ಲವೋ ನೀನಿಲ್ಲದ ಮಗ್ಯಾರು ಸಕರಿಲ್ಲವೋ ಬಾಂಧವರಿಲ್ಲವೋ ಕಾಯುವರಿಲ್ಲವೋ ಮದ್ದೂರು ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರವು ಗಣಪತಿ ಕುಂಬಾಶಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ ಹಟ್ಟಿಯಂಗಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಎಡಗೊಂಜಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಗೋಕರ್ಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ ಮದ್ದೂರು ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರವು ಗಣಪತಿ ಕುಂಬಾಶಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ ಹಟ್ಟಿಯಂಗಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಎಡಗೊಂಜಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಗೋಕರ್ಣ ಗಣಪತಿ ಶರಣೋ ವಂದೇ ಓಂಕಾರ ಚಾಮರ ಕಾರಣನೆ ಶಂಕರ ಸುತ ಶರಣೋ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಂಗಳ ವರ ಶರಣೋ ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಪಾದಾರವಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಗೋವಿಂದ. ಬಿಡುವೇನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೇನೇನಯ್ಯ ಬಿಡುವೇನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೇನೇನಯ್ಯ ಬಿಡುವೇನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೇನೇನಯ್ಯ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನೆ ಹನುಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನೆ ಹನುಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಅಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಎರಗುವೆ ನಾನು ನುಡಬಕ್ಕೆ ಸೋಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ತಡ ಮಾಡದೆಲೆ ಕೊಡುವ ತನಕ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹಸ್ತ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿದರೇನು ಹಾರಗಾಲ ಹಾಕಿದರೇನು ಹಸ್ತ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆತ್ತಿದರೇನು ಹಾರಗಾಲ ಹಾಕಿದರೇನು ಮೃತ್ಯನೋ ನಿಲ್ಲವನೋ ನಾನು ಮೃತ್ಯನೋ ನಿಲ್ಲವನೋ ನಾನು ಅಸ್ತಿವರದನ ತೋರೋ ತನಕ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ. ಹಲ್ಲು ಮುಡಿಯ ಕಚ್ಚಿದರೇನೋ ಬಿಡೆನು ಎಂಬೆ ನಿನ್ನನು. ಹಲ್ಲು ಮುಡಿಯ ಕಚ್ಚಿದರೇನೋ ಬಿಡೆನು ಎಂಬೆ ನಿನ್ನನು. ಪುಲ್ಲನಾಭನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಪುಲ್ಲನಾಭನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸೋ ತನಕ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ. ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ. ಡೊಂಕು ಮೋರೆ ಬಾಲವತಿದ್ದೆ ಜೇಂಕರಿಸಿದರೆ ಅಂಜುವನಲ್ಲ. ಡೊಂಕು ಮೋರೆ ಬಾಲವತಿದ್ದೆ ಜೇಂಕರಿಸಿದರೆ ಅಂಜುವನಲ್ಲ. ಕಿಂಕರನ ನಿಲ್ದವನು ನಾನು ಕಿಂಕರನ ನಿಲ್ದವನು ನಾನು ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ತೋರೋ ತನಕ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ. ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ. ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ. ಹನುಮ ಬಿಡುವೆನೇನಯ್ಯ. सीतावर रामचंद्र की जय. पवन सुत हनुमान की जय. मालसा नारायणी माता की जय. श्रीनिवास वेंकटरमण गोविंद गोविंದ. ಎರಡೇ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾ ಸಾಕಾಗಿ ಅದು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮರಿಬೇಡಿ. ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಯಪ್ಪ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಆಯಿತು. ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಯಪ್ಪ ಫೋಟೋ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಾಂಗ್ ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಹತ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ವಸುದೇವಂ ಸುತಂ ದೇವಂ ಕಂಸಚಾಣುರಮರ್ದನೋ ದೇವಕೀ ಪರಮಾನಂದಂ ಕೃಷ್ಣಂ ವಂದೇ ಜಗದ್ಗುರು. ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸಂಪಿಗೆ ಜಾಜಿ ಸೇವಂತಿಗೆ ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸಂಪಿಗೆ ಜಾಜಿ ಸೇವಂತಿಗೆ ಮಲ್ಲೆ ಗುಲಾಬಿಯು ತಾವರೆ ಪಾರಿಜಾತ ಮಲ್ಲೆ ಗುಲಾಬಿಯು ತಾವರೆ ಪಾರಿಜಾತ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಧದ ಮನ ಕ್ಲೇಶವ ಕಳೆಯುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಧದ ಮನ ಕ್ಲೇಶವ ಕಳೆಯುವ ಪುಲ್ಲನಾಭ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಪುಲ್ಲನಾಭ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ದಾರದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾರು ಹಾಕುವುದಲ್ಲ ದಾರದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾರು ಹಾಕುವುದಲ್ಲ ಕೇರಿ ಕೇರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರುವುದಲ್ಲ ದಾರದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾರು ಹಾಕುವುದಲ್ಲ ಕೇರಿ ಕೇರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರುವುದಲ್ಲ ಮೂರಿ ಬಕುತಿ ಎಂಬ ಬಾರಿಯ ಬೆಲೆಯಿದ ಮೂರಿ ಬಕುತಿ ಎಂಬ ಬಾರಿಯ ಬೆಲೆಯಿದ ಮಾರೆಂದು ಪೇಳಿದ ಶೌರ್ಯ ಸೊಬಗಿನ ಮಾರೆಂದು ಪೇಳಿದ ಶೌರ್ಯ ಸೊಬಗಿನ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ತೋಟದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಹೂಬೇಕೆ ಪರಿಮಳದ 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 ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಭಗವಾನ್ ಕಿ ಜೈ. ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪಾದ ರವಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೋವಿಂದಾನ್ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಗೋವಿಂದ. ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಪೈ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದವರಿಗೆ. ಈಗ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
Namaskara. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Vijay Parija, on behalf of Bharatiya Bhavan, Bengaluru, extend a very warm and soulful welcome to each one of you assembled here at the serene and inspiring precincts of Bharatiya Bhavan, Bengaluru. Today, we are gathered here for Santhavani 2025, a celebration of timeless wisdom, the voice of saints, the fragrance of culture, and the light of values that continue to guide humanity.
ಭಾರತೀಯ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನೇ ಬೆಳಗಿಸುವ ಸಂತ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಸುಗಂಧವನ್ನು ಹರಡುವಂತಹ ಪವಿತ್ರ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
Let's now welcome our distinguished guests on the dais to take their seat. Now may I request Dr. M. Veerappa Moily sir, former Chief Minister, Karnataka, and recipient of prestigious Saraswathi Sammana to come to the dais. Also, may I request Dr. R. Ganesh sir, an eminent scholar, to come onto the dais. May I request Dr. Chiranjiv Singh sir, former ambassador to UNESCO and Vice Chairman Bharatiya Bhavan Bengaluru, to come onto this dais. I would like to request Shri K.G. Raghavan sir, Chairman Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Bengaluru, to come onto the dais.
ವಿದ್ವತ್ತು ಮತ್ತು ವಿನಯ, ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರದೀಪ್ತಿ ಎರಡು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರನ್ನು ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಗೌರವದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ.
To open today's program and set the tone for the morning, may I invite a visionary leader, a guiding force behind all our endeavors, Shri H.N. Suresh sir, Director Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Bengaluru, to deliver the welcome address.
ಸ್ವಾಗತ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಚ್ ಎನ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ಸರ್, ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರನ್ನು ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಂತರ ಅವರು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇದೀಗ ತಾನೇ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂ ಬೇಕೇ ಪರಿಮಳದ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಈ ಸಂತವಾಣಿ ಎಲ್ಲಗಳು ಪರಿಮಳದ ಹೂಗಳೇ. ನಾವೇನು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಭಜನಾ ಮಂಡಳಿಯವರು ನೆನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯವಾದ ಒಂದು ನೆಲೆ ಹೇಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೂ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಿ. ಆಯಿತು, ಬಂದು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಇಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ತಿಳಿದೇ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ನಿಕಟ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿಯವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಭವನದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾವು ಈ ಸಂತವಾಣಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ತಜ್ಞರ ಒಂದು ಸಮಿತಿಯನ್ನು ರಚಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಚಿರಂಜೀವಿ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಮುಖರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶತಾವಧಾನಿ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಬ್ಬರೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರೋದು ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ. ಚಿರಂಜೀವಿ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಸಂತರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಡುವೆ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಂತರು ಯಾರಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಷಯ. ಇದೊಂದು ಸಾಗರದಷ್ಟು ವಿಶಾಲವಾದ, ಆಗಸದಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರವಾದ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯದ ವಿಚಾರ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆನೇ ಒಂಥರ ಕೇವಿಯಟ್ ಥರ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂತರ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಬರದೇ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆದರೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಜನರನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಸುಮಾರು 50 ಜನ ಭಾಷಣಕಾರರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶದ ಅನೇಕ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದು ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸುಮಾರು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಸುಮಾರು 50-60 ಜನ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮೂಲಕ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಈ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನದ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಕೆ ಜಿ ರಾಘವನ್ ಅವರು ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ, ಶತಾವಧಾನಿ ಆರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್, ಚಿರಂಜೀವಿ ಸಿಂಗ್, ಕೆ ಜಿ ರಾಘವನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಅನೇಕ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ.ಎ. ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಷ್ಣು ಭಕ್ತರ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಇನ್ಸೈಟನ್ನು ಅವರು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ನಯಮ್ನಾರ್ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀ ಜಟಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 4:15 ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಖ್ಯಾತರಾದ ದುಷ್ಯಂತ್ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಅವರು ಆಳ್ವಾರುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೂ ತಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಚಾರ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಅದರ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful welcome address. Lighting of the lamp is the symbolic knowledge, wisdom, and spiritual awakening. Now we request our esteemed guests on the dais to kindly join to light the ceremonial lamp.
ಜ್ಞಾನ, ಧರ್ಮ, ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಪ್ರತೀಕ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲಿತ ದೀಪ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಬೆಳಕಿನ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಸಲಿ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಈಗ ದೀಪ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are deeply honored to have in our midst a distinguished statesman, an eminent writer and a visionary thinker, Dr. M. Veerappa Moily, sir, former Chief Minister of Karnataka and recipient of Saraswathi Samman. We now request Dr. Veerappa Moily, sir, to deliver the inaugural address.
ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಭಾಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು, ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ ಪುರಸ್ಕೃತರು ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ. ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಶತಾವಧಾನಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಿರಂಜೀವ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರೇ, ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆ ಜಿ ರಾಘವನ್ ಅವರೇ, ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾದ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಚಾಲಕ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ನಾಗಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಕೆ ರಾವ್ ಅವರೇ, ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಭಗಿನಿಯರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಕೆಲವು ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ನೆನಪಿನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವರು ಕರೆದಾಗ ಬಾರದೇ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಈ ದಿವಸ ಒಂದು ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಹಿತವಾದಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಸಂತವಾಣಿ 12 ದಿವಸಗಳ ಉತ್ಸವ, ಚಲನಚಿತ್ರಗಳು, ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನಗಳು, ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಗಳು, ಸಂಗೀತ, ನೃತ್ಯ, ನಾಟಕ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿ, ವಿವಿಧ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಂತವಾಣಿ ಏನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ, ಇದರ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಕಾಗದ ಬರೆದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಫೋನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದು. ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದು ಒಬ್ಬ ಭಾಳ ಹಳೆ ಗ್ರಂಥಕರ್ತ ಲೆಬಾನಿಯನ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿದ್ದ. ಅವನು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ದೇವರು ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡದೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಚಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾನವನು ಸಮುದಾಯ ಸಂಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಸಹಕಾರಿಯಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತಾನೆ. ದೇವರು ಇಡೀ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಗಳ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಲೆಂದೇ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಬೆಳೆಯಲಿ ಅದರ ಫಲ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ದಕ್ಕಲೆಂದೇ ಸಹಕರಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಇದು ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಭಾವನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇದು ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸಮುದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವರವರ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಸಮುದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ಏನು ಆಶಯವನ್ನು ಇವರು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಥವಾ ನಾಗರಿಕತೆಗಳಿರುತ್ತವೆ, ಅದು ಹೃದಯವನ್ನು ಬೆಸೆಯುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೃದಯವನ್ನು ಬೆಸೆಯತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಸಾಧನ ಅಂತೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ. ದುರದೃಷ್ಟವಶಾತ್ ಕಾಲ ಕಳೆದಂತೆ ಈಗಿನ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಅದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು? ಈಗ ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನ, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಜಯ ರಾಘವನ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದಿದ್ದರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಒಟ್ಟು ಸೇರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗದೇ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ವಾತಾವರಣ ಬಂದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಬೆಸುಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯವಾಗಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ 3 ಮಹಾಕಾವ್ಯ ಬರೆದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಅನೇಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆದ ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ವಿಚಾರನೆ ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ವಿಶ್ವ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಮಹಾಯಾನ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಒಂದು 3 ಸಂಪುಟ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೊರಬಂದಿದೆ. ಈಗ 4ನೇ ಸಂಪುಟ ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 6-7 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಹೊರಬರ್ಬೋದು. ಕೊನೆಗೆ 5ನೇ ಸಂಪುಟ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಅದು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಬೆಳೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಂತವಾಣಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೂ ನನ್ನ ಈಗಿನ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯಕ್ಕೂ ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 5 ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಕಾಲ, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಪಕ್ಷ, ಈಗ ಬರಿತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಭಾಳ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಬರೆಯುವುದಕ್ಕೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನಡೆತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣ ಎಷ್ಟು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಪುರಾತನದ್ದು ಲೆಬಾನಿಯನ್ನಿದ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರು ಕೋಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ಭಾಷಣ ಅದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಭಾರತದ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈಗ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಕೂಡ ಯಾರೂ ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಆಹಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಮಾನಮುಚ್ಚುವ ಬಟ್ಟೆಯಿಂದ ವಂಚಿತರಾಗಬಾರದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾನವರಿಗೂ ಗಾಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾನ ಹಕ್ಕಿರಬೇಕು. ಅವುಗಳು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ದೇಶ ಅಥವಾ ಕೆಲವೇ ಗುಂಪಿನ ಜನರ ಗುತ್ತಿಗೆಯಾದರೆ ಅಸಮಂಜಸ ಮತ್ತು ಅನ್ಯಾಯವಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾದಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಗತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು, ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ಅಗತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು ಅದು ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರೀಡ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ದುರಾಸೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯಾವುದೂ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊರತೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪೋಷಣೆಗೆ, ಸಮಾಜದ ಪೋಷಣೆಗೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಜಾಗತಿಕವಾದ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಅದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕಂಡರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿನ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದಲೇ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂತವಾಣಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಂತರಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬರೀ ನಾವು ಅನೇಕರಿಗೆ ಸಂತರ ಹೆಸರು, ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಬರ್ಟ್ ಹತ್ರ, ಏನು ಸಂತವಾಣಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಂತರು ಬರ್ತಾರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಸಂತರು ಇದ್ದಾರಾ ಇಲ್ವ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹುಡುಕಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂತವಾಣಿ ಇಸ್ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಸಂತರ ಸಭೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅನುಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಹಿಪೋಕ್ರೆಟ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಷಾಢ ಬುದ್ಧಿತನ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆದರೂ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಚಿಂತಕರು, ಇದರ ವಿಚಾರ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವವರು ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಸಾಗರ ಇದ್ದಾಗೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನೇಕ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಚಿಂತಕರು ಒಂದೇ ರೀತಿ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈ ದೇಶ ಆ ದೇಶ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ಆ ಸೆಕ್ಟ್ ಈ ಸೆಕ್ಟ್, ಈ ಪಂಥ ಆ ಪಂಥ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅದು ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಿಂತಕರ ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಭಾಳ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿಯೇ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡದಿದ್ದರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಹತ್ತಿರವಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನೇ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಸಂತರು ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನನ್ನ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಸಂತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಂತಕರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಯುಗ ಪುರುಷರೇ. ಒಬ್ಬರ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ರಾಘವನ್ ಅವರೇ ಇರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಯುಗ ಪುರುಷ. ಅದನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ತರ್ತೀವಿ, ಅವನು ಅದು ಚಿಂತಕ. ಈಗಲೂ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವಲ್ಲ, ವಾಲ್ಮೀಕಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವನಿಗೊಂದು ಜಾತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಈಗ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ವಿಷಯ, ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವದ ವಿಷಯ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಭಾಳ ದೂರ ಆಗಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರನ್ನು ದೂರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೆರೆದ ಮನಸ್ಸು ನಮಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಆಗ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಲಾವೋಸೆ ಬಹುಪಾಲು ಜೀಸಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಸ್ತನ ವಾಣಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ನಮಗೆ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸನೇ ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನೀನು ಜಗಳವಾಡದಿದ್ದರೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೂ ನಿನ್ನೊಡನೆ ಜಗಳವಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಲಾವೋಸೆ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಗಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದವರಿಗೆ ಕರುಣೆ ತೋರುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾರುತ್ತರ ನೀಡಿ, ಯಾರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರೋ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು, ಯಾರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರಲ್ಲವೋ ಅವರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು. ಆಗ ದ್ವೇಷ, ಅಸೂಯೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ದ್ವೇಷ ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಚಿರಂಜೀವ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರೇ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರೇ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಯಾರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರಲ್ಲರೋ ಅವರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವನು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರಾಗೋಣ. ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಾಗಿರುತ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ, ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಾಗಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲವೋ ಅವರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕನೇ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಈ ಚಿಂತನೆಗೆ? ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕರಾಗಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಿರುಸಾದ ವಸ್ತುವಿನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಮೃದುವಾದ ವಸ್ತುವು ಡಿಕ್ಕಿ ಹೊಡೆದರೆ ಅದು ಆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಸೋಲಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಭೌತಿಕವಾದಂಥ ಸತ್ಯ. ನೀರಿಗಿಂತ ಯಾವುದೇ ವಸ್ತುವು ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೃದುವಾಗಿಯೂ ದುರ್ಬಲವಾಗಿಯೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೂ ಅದರಂತೆ ದೃಢವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬಲವಾಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಆಕ್ರಮಿಸುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಮೃದುವಾಗಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು? ಮೃದು ಇರೋದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್, ಅದು ನಾಟ್ ಎ ವೀಕ್ನೆಸ್. ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಇದನ್ನು, ಈ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸನ್ನು ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಿಂದ, ಭೌತಿಕ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ತಾಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮೃದು ವಸ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ಫೋರ್ಸನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಭೌತಿಕ ಸತ್ಯ ಅದು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ. ಆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ. ಆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ದೇವರು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಮೃದು ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಹಾನ್ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸೋಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಟ್ರುತ್. ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಸತ್ಯ ಅದು. ಉನ್ನತ ಸದ್ಗುಣಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿ ಆಶಿಸುವ ಪ್ರಾಚೀನರು ಮೊದಲು ತಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಸುಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ತಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳನ್ನು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷಿಸುವವರು ಮೊದಲು ತಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮವನ್ನು ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ತಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಎಂದು ಬಯಸುವವರು ಮೊದಲು ತಮ್ಮ ಚಿತ್ತಶುದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ತಮ್ಮ ಚಿತ್ತಶುದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಲಪೇಕ್ಷಿಸುವವರು ಮೊದಲು ತಮ್ಮ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಯ್ದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಆನೆಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್. ಈಗ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪಂಡಿತರು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಸಾಲ್ಮನ ತಿಮ್ಮಕ್ಕ ಎಂಥ ಅದ್ಭುತ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಅದು ಅವಳದು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಬೇಕಾ? ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಏನೂ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ಈ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮದಾಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂಥ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆಯು ವಸ್ತು ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಪರಿಶೋಧನೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ವಸ್ತು ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಪರಿಶೋಧನೆಯಿಂದ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣವಾಯಿತು. ಅವರ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗುವುದರಿಂದ ಅವರ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳು ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಅವರ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಶಾಲೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಕೂಡ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವ ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯವೂ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮದಾಗಿಸಬಾರ್ದು? ಇದು ಯೋಚನೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರಬೇಕು ಇವತ್ತು. ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷಿಯಸ್ ಒಂದನ್ನು ಒಪ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವನನ್ನು ಸೇಲು ಎಂಬುವನು ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಮಾನವನ ಲಕ್ಷಣ ಏನು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವನು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ದೊರೆತ ಉತ್ತರ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಭಾವನೆಯಿಂದ ತನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗುವುದು ಎಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷಿಯಸ್ ಸರ್ವಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದು 3 ಸದ್ಗುಣಗಳಿಂದ ಕೂಡಿದವನು. ಅದೇ ಬುದ್ಧಿಶಕ್ತಿ, ಧೈರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಸದ್ಭಾವನೆ. ಸಾಕ್ರೆಟಿಸ್, ನೀತ್ಸೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತರು ಇವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದನ್ನು ಪಾರಮ್ಯ ತತ್ವವೆಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಮಾನವನು ಸತ್ಯವು ಲಭ್ಯವಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲವೇನೋ ಎಂದು ಆತಂಕಗೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಬಡತನಕ್ಕೆ ಅವನು ಅಳುಕಲಾರ. ಅವನು ತೆರೆದ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನವನು, ಪಕ್ಷಪಾತ ತೋರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ತಾನು ಹೇಳುವುದು ನಿಖರವಾಗಿದೆ ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ಆತ ಖಚಿತಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಪಂಡಿತ ಅಥವಾ ಜ್ಞಾನದಾಯಿಯಾಗಿರುವುದೇ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇರಲು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷಿಸಲಾರ. ಆತನು ತನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಜ್ಞಾನದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸನ್ನಡತೆಯನ್ನು ಮೈಗೂಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಪರಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನೆಲದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಲೂರಿದ ವಿವೇಕ. ಡೌನ್ ಟು ಅರ್ತ್. ನಾವು ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ನೋಡಿ ನೀವು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸ್, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನೀವಂಥ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಅದು ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್. ಏನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸನ್ನು ಕರಿಬೇಡಿ. ಸಾಲುಮರ ತಿಮ್ಮಕ್ಕನಂಥವ್ರನ್ನು ಕರೆದ್ರೆ ಬೆಟರ್. ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಆ ವಿವೇಕ ಏನಿದೆ, ಆ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶುದ್ಧತೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಆ ಶುದ್ಧ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನವರನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಶುದ್ಧ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನವರನ್ನೇ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅನೇಕರು ನನಗೆ ಬೈಯೋದು, ನೀವು ಭಾಳ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಹೌದು, ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಶುದ್ಧ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನವರು 4 ಜನ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಸಾಕು. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕಿನ ಒಂದು ಆಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಕಾಂಗ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವನು ಮುಂದುವರಿದು, ಜನರು ರಾಜನಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದರೆ, ಆತನಿಗೆ ನಿಷ್ಠೆ ತೋರಿಸಬೇಕಾದರೆ, ತಾವು ಸರಿದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಬೇಕಾದರೆ ರಾಜರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತೇನು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಆ ಗುರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಇಷ್ಟು: ಆತನು ಗಾಂಭೀರ್ಯದಿಂದ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಡೆಸಿದರೆ ಜನರು ಅವನನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವನು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ತಂದೆಯಂತೆ ಕರುಣೆಯಿಂದ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಂಡರೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅವರು ನಿಷ್ಠರಾಗಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯವರನ್ನು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಿ ಅಸಮರ್ಥರನ್ನು ತಿದ್ದಿದರೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸದ್ಗುಣಿಗಳಾಗಿರಲು ಆಕಾಂಕ್ಷೆ ತೋರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಸದ್ಗುಣಿಗಳಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಾಡುವವರೆಲ್ಲ. ಬಗ್ಗಿ ನಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬನಿಗೆ ಬೈಯುವುದೇ ತನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಲ್. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಾವು ಬಗ್ಗಿ ನಡಿಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ಸದ್ಗುಣಗಳಾದರೆ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರು ಸದ್ಗುಣಗಳಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಈ ಸದ್ಗುಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಇನ್ಫೆಕ್ಷಿಯಸ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್, ಇದು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹರಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಜಪಾನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯೊಬ್ಬಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳೆ, ರವೀಂದ್ರನಾಥ್ ಟಾಗೋರ್ ಅವರು ಜಪಾನ್ಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಜಪಾನ್ ಅವರು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಪಟ್ಟದ್ದು, ಯಾರು ರವೀಂದ್ರನಾಥ್ ಟಾಗೋರ್ ಅವರು, ಜಪಾನಿಗರ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಪಳಗಿದ ಪಕ್ವ ಮನಸ್ಸು, ಸೌಂದರ್ಯದ ಲಹರಿಯ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟು ನಡೆಯುವ ನಿಸರ್ಗ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ರಾಗ ತಾಳಮಯ ಬದುಕು, ಅವರ ಸ್ವಭಾವ ಗುಣ ಸಹಜ. ಅದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಜಗತ್ತಿನೊಂದಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆಯ ಗುಣಗಳು ಆದರ್ಶಮಯ. ಅವರ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪಕ್ವತೆ ಸಮಾಜದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಎರಕಗೊಂಡಿದೆ ಎಂದು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೇ ಥರ ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು? ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ ಉಳಿತದೆ, ನಾವು ಬದುಕುವುದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾಕೆ? ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಬೇಕು, ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಯಾವುದು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ, ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ ನೀವು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ನೀವು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ಬಾರದೇ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬದುಕು ಅದು ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಚಾರ್ಲ್ಸ್ ಇಲಿಯಟ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಜಪಾನ್, ಭಾರತ ಮತ್ತು ಚೀನಾ ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಹೊಂದಿಕೊಂಡಿರಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಬೌದ್ಧ ಮತದ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ವರ್ಚಸ್ಸು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಬದುಕಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹರಡಿದೆ. ಶಿಂಟೋ ಬರೀ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ಜಪಾನಿನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಬದುಕು ಮತ್ತು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಬದುಕಿನ ಬುನಾದಿಯೇ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಒಟ್ಟು ಸಾರಾಂಶ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಸತ್ಯ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತ ಆವರಿಸಿದೆ. ಗಾಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಹೂಗಳ ಪರಿಮಳದಲ್ಲಿ, ಹರಿಯುವ ನದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಸಿರು ಎಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ನಕ್ಷತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಧೂಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅವರ ಬದುಕೇ ಒಂದು ಸಾವಯವ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ. ಅದು ಯಾವುದರಿಂದಲೂ ಹೊರಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಮೂವರು ಮಹಾತ್ಮರು ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಒಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯ ಆಧಾರ ಸ್ತಂಭಗಳು. ತಾವು ಪಂಥದವರು ದಾರಿಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಗುರಿಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಎತ್ತುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಗುರಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಆಸಕ್ತಿ ಉಳ್ಳವರು. ಈಗಿನ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿದರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್, ಅದೇ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ದಾರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ದಾರಿಯೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಗುರಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯವಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ. ಗುರಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, ದಾರಿಯೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅವರ ಬದುಕೇ ಒಂದು ಆದುದರಿಂದ ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಮೂವರು ಮಹಾತ್ಮರು ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಒಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯ ಆಧಾರ ಸ್ತಂಭಗಳು. ತಾವು ಪಂಥದವರು ದಾರಿಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಗುರಿಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಎತ್ತುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಗುರಿಯ ವಿಚಾರನ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸು 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಪಾಲು ಸದಾ ಅಸಂತುಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದಲೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅವರು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆಂದರೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯತನ ತನ್ನನ್ನು ತಾನು ನೋಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತದೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯತನ ಉಳಿದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ತಾನೇ ನೋಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಕ್ಕಿ ಆಕಾಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರಿದಂತೆ ಅದು ತನ್ನ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯ ಗುರುತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಿಡುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಪುನಃ ಹಿಂದೆ ನೋಡೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯ ಗುರುತು ಮೂಡಿದೆಯೇ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅಷ್ಟು ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಾನ್ಷಿಯಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹೌ ಯು ಫೇಲ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಂತೃಪ್ತಿ ಸಿಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ಸಿಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್, ಹಿಂದೂ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಮ್ಮದೀಯರು ಮಹಾರಾಜ ಪಥದ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೀನು ಗುಂಪು ಅಥವಾ ಸಮೂಹವನ್ನು ಹಿಂಬಾಲಿಸಬೇಕು, ಆದರೆ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ ನೀನು ಏಕಾಂಗಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಏಕಾಂಗಿಯಾಗಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. ತಾವು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನಲ್ಲ. ತಾವು ಅನನ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಗುಂಪನ್ನಲ್ಲ. ತಾವು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಜಗಳ ಗಂಟರನ್ನಲ್ಲ. ತಾವುಗೆ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ ಅಥವಾ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ತಾವು ಬಂಡಾಯ ಪ್ರವೃತ್ತಿಯವನು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಂಡಾಯವು ಸಾಧ್ಯವೋ ಆ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನೇ ಅನುಸರಿಸುವನು. ತಾವನ ಪ್ರತಿಮೆಗಳು ಅಪರೂಪ, ಕೆಲವು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರತಿಮೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪರ್ವತಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದು ಕವರ್ ಅದು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಈಗ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ದೇ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಲಿವ್ ಇನ್ ಎ ಓಪನ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ, ಎ ಓಪನ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್. ಈಗ ಗೊಮ್ಮಟೇಶ್ವರ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಗುಡ್ಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು, ಅಲ್ವಾ? ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ವೇರ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ರಾಂಗ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನೇ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಕ್ರಿಸ್ತಶಿರುವ 4,000 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ವೇಳೆಗಾಗಲೇ ನೇಲ್ ಜನರು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ರೂಪರೇಷೆಯನ್ನು ತಾರಿಸಿದ್ದು 4,000 years ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತು ಕಾಲದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಯಪಡುತ್ತದೆ, ಆದರೆ ಕಾಲವೇ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಹೆದರುತ್ತಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುತ್ತದೆ ಒಂದು ಅರಬ್ಬಿ ಗಾದೆ. ಈಜಿಪ್ತಿನ ಉತ್ತಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಉಲ್ಲೇಖನೀಯ. ಓರ್ವ ಕವಿ ತನ್ನ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯರಿಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಉಪದೇಶ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ: ಹೊಲವಿಲ್ಲದವರಿಗೆ ನೀ ನೀಡು ಅನ್ನವನ್ನು. ಯಾವಾಗ? 4,000 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ. ಹೊಲವಿಲ್ಲದವಗೆ ನೀ ನೀಡು ಅನ್ನವನು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೂ ನೀ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹೆಸರಾಂತು, ಮೊಳದಳತೆಯ ನೆಲಕ್ಕೂ ನೀನಾಸೆ ಪಡಬೇಡ, ವಿಧವೆಗಿಯ ಗಡಿಯನ್ನು ತಕ್ಕಿಸಲು ಸಲ್ಲ, ನಿನ್ನ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗೆಂದು ಭೂಮಿಯ ನುಡುಮೆ ಮಾಡು, ನಿನ್ನ ತೆನೆ ಶರಣರ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸು, ದೈವ ನಿನಗಿತ್ತ ಒಂದು ಕೊಳಗವೇ ಲೇಸು, ಆಕ್ರಮಣದಿ ಪಡೆದ 5,000ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ದೇವರ ಹಸ್ತದಲ್ಲಿನ ಬಡತನವೇ ಲೇಸು, ಸಿರಿ ಸಂಪದವನ್ನು ತುಂಬಿರುವ ಉಗ್ರಾಣಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೃದಯ ಹರ್ಷದೊಳಿರಲು ರೊಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾತ್ರವು ಅಸೌಖ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ ಐತದಲ್ಲೇ ಅಕ್ಷರ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಪ್ರಾಮುಖ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೌ ದಟ್ ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ನೀವು ಚರಿತ್ರೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ಪುರಾಣ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಮೋರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅದು. ಈಗ ದಿನ ಹೋದಾಗೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಬಿಕೇಮ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. ತೃಪ್ತಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೂ ನಮಗೆ ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥ ಬದುಕು ಬೇಕೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ? ಅದು ಆಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅತೃಪ್ತಿ, ಅಸಂತೋಷ, ಅಸೂಯೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ದಿ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್ಸ್. ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಮಾತಾಡೋದೇ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್. ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ಆರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್, ಅಲ್ವಾ ಚಿರಂಜೀವಿ ಅವರೇ? ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿ ಯಾರ ಬಳಿ ಇಂದು ನಾನು, ಸೋದರರೇ ಕೇಡಿಗರು, ಗೆಳೆಯರಲ್ಲಿ ನೇಹವಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿ ಯಾರ ಬಳಿ ಇಂದು ನಾನು, ಹೃದಯವನ್ನು ತುಂಬಿರುವುದು ಚೋರತನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮನುಜರು ನೆರೆಯ ವಸ್ತು ಕದಿಯುವರು, ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿ ಯಾರ ಬಳಿ ಬಂದು ನಾನು, ಮೃದು ಮನುಜ ಸಾಯುವನು, ದಿಟ್ಟತನ ಕಾಣುವುದು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೂ, ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿ ಯಾರ ಬಳಿ ಇಂದು ನಾನು ಮನುಜ ಕೇಡಿನ ನಡತೆಯು ಕ್ರೋಧ ತರುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅದು ವಿನೋದ, ಅವನ ದೋಷಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಡುಕಾದವು. ಆದರೆ ಸತ್ಯದ ಶೋಧನೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬನ ಐಕ ಜೀವನದ ಗುರಿಯಾಗಬೇಕು. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಸತ್ಯದ ಲೋಕವು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ನೆಲೆದಿತ್ತು. ತನ್ನ ಶಿಷ್ಯರನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಪರ್ವತದ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಒಯ್ದ ಯೇಸುವು ಕ್ರಾಂತಿಕಾರಕ ಸೂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ವಿವರಿಸಿದನು. ಬಹಳ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೋ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಭಾಳ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಐಡಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಏನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು, ಭಾಳ ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಈ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್. ಒಂದು, ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲಿನ ಮಾನವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ದೇವರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ ಎನಿ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ದಟ್ ಯೇಸು ಅಥವಾ ಯೇಸುವಿನಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಹಾಪುರುಷರು, ಯುಗ ಪುರುಷರು ಕೂಡ ದೇ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಸ್ಪೋಕ್ ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್. ಇದನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮಾನವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹೋದರರು, ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ಭೇದ ಭಾವವೂ ಸಲ್ಲದು. ಶತ್ರುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಿತ್ರರಂತೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಸಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ದ್ವೇಷಿಸುವವರನ್ನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಸಬೇಕು, ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಂದ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷಿಸುವ ನಾವು ಅವರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದನ್ನೇ ಬಯಸಬೇಕು, ಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನೆರೆಹೊರೆಯವರ ದುಃಖ ದುಃಖಮಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ ತಪ್ಪುಗಳನ್ನು ತಿದ್ದಿಕೊಂಡು ನಡೆದರೆ ದೇವರು ಕ್ಷಮಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಡಂಬರ ಜೀವನದ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ನಂಬಿಕೆಗಳಿಂದ ದೂರವಿರಬೇಕು. ಅವರ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಪರ್ವತದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತು ಯೇಸು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಿಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್. ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ ಎನಿ ಲ್ಯಾಟಿನ್ ಆರ್ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಆರ್ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಆರ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. That life, kind of a simple life, simple thinking is necessary. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕರೆದಿದ್ದರು. ಭಾಳ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ದ್ವೇಷ, ದೇಶದ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ದ್ವೇಷ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬಿನ್ ಕಂಡೆಮ್ ಬೈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯುಗ ಪುರುಷರು ಕಂಡೆಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಇದು? ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆಯಿಂದ ಒನ್ ವರ್ಡ್ ಐ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್, ಟ್ರುತ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ವರ್ಡ್, ಬಟ್ ಸಿಂಪ್ಲಿಸಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕತೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ವರ್ಡ್. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಕು. ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಆ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಹೋದರೆ ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಇಡೀ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮೊಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊರಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇಂಥ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನ, ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮೊದಲು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಕೊನೆಗೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಸೆಕ್ಟೋರಿಯಲ್ ಪಂಥೀಯವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ತರ್ಕ, ಪಂಥೀಯವಾದಂಥ ವಾದ, ನಾನು ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ನಾನು ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ನಾನು ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಅಂತೇಳುವ ಅಹಂಭಾವ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ, ಭೌಗೋಳಿಕ ಇಡೀ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಕ್ಲೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ದೇಶದ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಮಧ್ಯದ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ, ಫ್ರಿಕ್ಷನಿಗೆ ಅದು ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿ, ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇ ಆ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಆ ಉದ್ದೇಶದ ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನೆಗಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವು ಏರ್ಪಾಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ಯುಕ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಒಂದು ಜನರ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆಯ ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣದ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಪರ್ವ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹಾರೈಸಿ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your encouraging and inspiring words. Sir, rightly you have set the tone and tenor of the program, and we are very much thankful for this speech which you have given through your epoch-making speech. We are really thankful to you. Santhavani is a dialogue between wisdom and the soul, and who better can illuminate this dialogue than a scholar whose brilliance has bridged literature, philosophy and tradition. May we now invite Dr. R. Ganesh, an eminent scholar, to deliver the keynote address.
ಚಿಂತನೆ ಚಿಗುರಿದಾಗ ವಿಚಾರ ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಮನೋಮಂದಿರದ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪಂಡಿತ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಮೇರು ನಕ್ಷತ್ರ ಶ್ರೀ ಶತಾವಧಾನಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಭಾಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಓಂ ತತ್ಸತ್. ಸುಪ್ರಭಾತಂ. ತದಿಂ ಮಹದಿದಂ ಪ್ರಮೋದಸ್ಥಾನಂ ಯತ್ ಸತಾಂ ವಾಣಿ ತತ್ ಖ್ಯಾಪ್ಯತೆ ಅಧುನಾ ಸಪ್ತಾಹಪರ್ಯಂತಂ ಯಾವತ್ ಅನಯಾ ವಾಣ್ಯ ಸರ್ವೇ ಜನಾಃ ಆತ್ಮನಾ ಬುದ್ಧ್ಯಾ ಮನಸಾ ಚ ತೇ ಭಾವಭರಿತಾ ಭವಂತಿ ಭವೇಯುಶ್ಚ ಇತ್ಯೇವಂ ಆಶಾಸೆ. एवं औपचारिकेन विधिना संस्कृतेन किञ्चित् प्रस्तूय अहं सन्दर्भवशात् आङ्ग्लगिरा भाषे. नमस्कार. It is very heartening to note that Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan has taken this long awaited project of propagating Santhavani. Though my mother tongue is Kannada and Honorable former Chief Minister of Karnataka has spoken in Kannada rightly, for the benefit of some of our friends who have come from various places other than Karnataka, I am going to talk to you in English, and here and there I may be using Sanskrit and Kannada as well. The concept of Santa is rather very old, very ancient, and so before knowing anything about the Santas, I don't want to call by the word saint because we have some difference. It's not opposing terms, but at the same time there are certain differences. For better communication and for clarity, I am going to use the word Santa itself throughout my talk. First, we shall take the definition of saint and the definition of santa. We know the word saint has come from the old English term saint, and that has its roots in saint in old French, and that has become saint in modern English. And for that we have the Latin term sacre. It means consecrating, dedicating, declaring. Sanctity is a belief, and declaring something is with authority, and then dedicating is with devotion and respect. These are certain things which are involved in this particular term. Sanctus, that is the Latin word. From there, all other words in Old French or Old English and Modern English have emerged. And sanctus in Latin literally means holy. And this is a literal translation of the Greek term hagios. Hagios or agios means it is holy, sacred. In this term, we have something which is venerable and respectable. Again, it is a sort of belief, a sort of conditioning. But look at the term santa. That has its origin in Sanskrit word sat. Sadbhave sadhubhave cha sadityetat prayujyate prashaste karmani tatha satchabdah partha yujyate. Thus spake Bhagavan Shri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita in the 17th chapter, Daivasura Sampad Vibhaga Yoga. In the 26th verse he is saying, Sadbhave sadhubhave cha sadityetat prayujyate. Sadbhave tannama astitva vachakam tadidam padam tadanantaram tat sadhubhave cha tannama tad uttamam tad atyantam hridyam tad atyantam upadeyam ityasmin arthe cha prayuktaha yan shabdaha. It means it is both reality sadbhava and sadhubhava means good. Good is a feeling. Good is a belief. He is good to me. This is good. This is something which we have our innate feeling. But irrespective of our feeling, what exists, that is reality. To draw Shankar Bhagavad in this discussion, Sri Shankar Bhagavad in his Brahma Sutra Bhashyam, that is Sharirika Bhashyam, in the beginning itself, he comes with two terms. One is Vastu Tantram and other is Kartra Tantram. Vastu Tantram means that is universal truth. And Kartra Tantram means it is the truth which we have and that feeling we have. So what we feel is truth to an extent, because in any certificate or while declaring anything, to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my understanding, like that we write. That means it is Kartra Tantra, it is my feeling. So many people have come with so many faiths, so many religions, and they're all faiths. But something is universal. For example, salt. Salt tastes like this. Sugar tastes like this. It is universal in nature. No one can challenge. Unless our tongues are hale and healthy, we can't challenge that. This way of universality in existence is called Vastu Tantra. It is not conflicted by, it is not bothered by any of our biases. So, this aspect of Sadbhava in the word Sat, that is connected with reality. And Sadhubhava, it is a relative term. It is Kartra Tantra. Some people may be good to someone, some other people may not be good to somebody. Like that, it is relative in nature. This way of absolute nature of truth is at one level, and the relative nature of truth, we don't disrespect both. That is beautiful thing. That is the wonderful aspect of Indian culture, Sanatana Dharma, where the absolute and the relative both are respected, but the relative is always verified in the light of absolute. It is something like the Adhara Shruti that we are going to have. And all other Shrutis, they are in turn related to them. That is how these two words are there. And the dictionary meaning that gives Sat means reality, existence, truth, being. What is the difference between reality and truth? Reality is both the physical and spiritual existence. But truth is a value. Reality is both fact and a value, while truth is a value. What is value and what is fact? Facts are comprehended while values are realized. So said a great philosopher by name Professor M. Heriyanna before a century. He is from Karnataka. And hence, this aspect of reality, that is Vastu Tantra, when it is practiced in our life, it becomes truth. Truth is more verbal or oral in nature. It is uttering something which is aligned to reality. Hence, we say, you speak truth, you act honestly. Like that, we have some distinction where honesty is an act, while truth is an expression. Both should align with each other. This is how the etymology of Sadbhava, Sat, goes on. And Krishna also says, Prashaste karmani tatha satchabda partha yujyate. While commenting on these lines, Shankar Bhagavad in the Gita Bhashya says, in any of the good occasions, something like a marriage or some celebration, something like that, we feel good about that and we wish good to all people who are involved there directly or indirectly. This is how a feeling of good, a feeling of a blessing, that is what intended in Sadbhava. And coming to Kannada, and even in Tamil as well, we have Ulladu. In Kannada also, Ulladdu. Another word is related to this, Ollitu, Ollayadu. In Kannada we say, good is Ollayadu. That which exists, that is Ulladdu. I remember Shri Ramana Maharshi's Ulladu Narpad Saddarshanam. That is his profound message given in Tamil and later translated by Kavyakantha Vasishtha Ganapati Muni into Sanskrit. Ulladu Narpad means this is the reality, Ulladdu. And Ollayadu, that is good. Good, of course, is a great value even in the Western world as well. And we have recognized that in Indian tradition too. And that's why we have in Satyam Shivam Sundaram a catchy phrase that was constructed by the Brahma Samaj people of Bengal. There, that Shivam, goodness, is equated with the good of the Western world. This is how the word Santa has roots in our tradition, where a Santa should act good, should speak truth, and should realize that ultimate reality. Just by speaking, nobody will become great. If so, books would have become rishis. So said Vivekananda. Acting truly, committed to reality, that is what it means. That is what the greatest aspect of any individual. And that's why the dichotomy between thought and act should not be present in a saint, should not be present in a Santa. A popular Subhashita in Sanskrit goes so, Manasi ekam, Vachasi ekam, Karmani ekam, Mahatmanam, Manasi ekam, Vachasi ekam, Karmani ekam, Duratmanam. Thought, speech and action, they are aligned with one another in the case of Santas, while it is not so. All are diverging and all are conflicting frequently in the case of wicked people. So Indian tradition has not ignored wickedity. It has seen it with wide open eyes. It has seen the wickedity. It has seen the bad or wicked qualities in human beings particularly. And it has taken sufficient action to condemn, criticize, and even vanquish at right time. This should never be forgotten, because speaking just sweet things will not make anything good. And that's why it is said, Patyam Vachanam. As Manu said, it is very important, not mere speaking something which is pleasant to the ears. It is good to heart. That is also very important. For that matter, it is the most important thing. So this word should be understood in the right context. And coming to the particular conference, Santhavani, I think it has a very wide connotation, but for the convenience of presentation due to time, space, resource persons and many things, we have truncated Santa in the popular sense, in the most prevalent sense in India. People who realized the highest truth, and for the well-being of one and all, they took the highest truth, the greatest reality, that being realized by themselves, they came out with wonderful expression and they composed songs. They tuned it, they danced it, they propagated it. It means the highest wisdom was taken to the last person in the society. In that sense, it is proliferation of the highest wisdom done in a beautiful way for the benefit of one and all without an iota of selfishness is the basis of the movement of santas. And that we see everywhere. And for the convenience, we see that in India and in different languages as well. And here again, it is our limitation makes us truncate the topic. Because if Kabir or Ramananda or Tulsidas or our Shivasharanas from Karnataka or the Haridasas again from Karnataka or the Nayanmars or the Alwars or the Varakaris of Maharashtra, if they are Santas, why not Ramanujacharya, why not Shankaracharya, why not Vallabhacharya, why not Madhvacharya? Why not Vachaspati Mishra? Why not Vedanta Deshika? Yes, all are that. But we are not going to discuss them independently, elaborately in these 7 days because they have been respected as acharyas. The work of acharyas are not opposed to this. At the same time, the movement of santas is never opposed to the acts and deeds and even the writings of the acharyas. So it is for the convenience, these two things are taken into account. It can be treated something like the Moola Virat or the Moola Bera in the temples and the Utsav Murtis are the Bhoga Beras in the temple tradition which are taken around everywhere. The Moola Murti, the consecrated image or the icon in the temple, the sanctum sanctorum, Garbhagram as we call, there it is fixed. Acharya Purushas are like that. They have written wonderful treatises after their realization and they have practiced that. At the same time, their interest is much focused about codification, clarification, everything. And then the santas, they take it and then these words are realized by themselves independently and they took all this wonderful message to the masses. And hence, they are the Utsav Vigrahas. To draw from the writings of D.V. Gundappa, a renowned luminary of Karnataka, modern Kannada literature and culture, he says, we know clearly that amount of propagation that happened, the propagation of Ramayana and Mahabharata that happened through the poets like Kumara Vyasa and Kumara Valmiki in Karnataka is no way comparable with that of Vyasa and Valmiki. Though Vyasa and Valmiki wrote for one and all in simple Sanskrit, by the time of 15th century or 16th century common era, Sanskrit was not easily accessible to all people, not even understandable. Then our people came with beautiful compositions like Karnataka Bharata Katha Manjari and Twarve Ramayana, and they propagated that everywhere. So that was a rhythmic way of expression. It can be sung to rhythm and even without rhythm. Like that, the whole work of Vyasa and Valmiki was propagated by these two great poets. And DVG also says, what an amount of philosophical propagation was done by Sarpabhushana Shivayogi, Kanakadasa and such people from the Shaivite and Vaishnavite tradition. It was not done by people like Vachaspati Mishra and Vedanta Deshika. Their purpose was not mere propagation, their purpose was contemplation and codification without any logical flaws. That dimension of intellectual profundity is always there and it should be respected. For example, a scientist who is deeply involved in research and original creation, original invention or exploration may not be bothered about popularizing that. At the same time, a popular science writer may also be a great scientist. For example, we know several scientists were good in speaking, good in popular addressing also, and they took that. Like that, rarely people who are both. But people divide their work, and so it has happened in the case of our santas. Some of them were scholars in the academic sense, and also great mystics and enlightened souls. They used to propagate these things as well. For example, a great Santa Haridasa by name Jagannatha Dasa of Karnataka. He was a great scholar in Dvaita Vedanta. At the same time, he was a great composer. That we see in Vedanta Deshika as well. Vedanta Deshika was a towering personality in Vishishtadvaita and was a masterly poet. At the same time, he wrote so many compositions in Tamil, mixed in Sanskrit, that is called Manipravalam. Like that, it has happened in the case of many, many such people. In Andhra Pradesh, we have a poet called Bammara Potana, hailing from Ekashila Nagari, that is modern Warangal. He was a great scholar who imbibed scholarship on his own account, and that's why he was called as Sahaja Panditya. And that great poet who translated, means creative translation of Bhagavatam that happened, but at the same time he was a great devotee and a great practitioner. He never cared for the patronship of kings or monarchs or any empire. He was a peasant. He was a humble servant of agriculture. And by that contentment itself, he composed this and propagated this truth everywhere. Such things rarely happen. For example, Basavanna of Karnataka was a great scholar and a great political luminary. He was a minister, he was an accountant, and he was an economist as well. At the same time, he was a great philanthropist. All these qualities put together, he propagated great truth in a very simple way. But simplicity is not simplifying things. In the compositions of Basaveshwara or Basavanna, whom we fondly call as Anna, elder brother, he has composed so many beautiful vachanas which are rich in poetic content. I don't find any other poet of considerable merit having so many imageries, whether it is Drishtanta Alankara, or Upama Alankara, Rupaka Alankara, or Vyatireka, and many, many such figures of speeches are found there, though it is not intended by him. Means he was a first-rate poet of his own right. Such things happen in several cases. Tulsidas, for that matter, is a great scholar in Awadhi, Sanskrit, and other dialects of Prakrita Bhashas, but he particularly wrote his Rama Charitamanas for the benefit of one and all. Swanta Sukhaya Tulasi Raghunatha Gatha Bhasha Nibandha Mati Manjula Matanoti. Swanta Sukhaya, for my joy I am writing it. Bhasha Nibandha Mati Manjula Matanoti. It is written in Bhasha. Bhasha means that which is spoken. By the time of Tulsidas, Sanskrit was not spoken by all people of all at all levels. Though even today we have many people who speak Sanskrit. At that time also there were many people who could speak, but Hindi or the Awadhi which he wrote, that was the popular tongue, in that he wrote. And some of the narrow-minded scholars, they opposed, and they went to Mahamandaleshwara, great scholar Madhusudan Saraswathi, with this row that Tulsidasa has polluted Ramayana by composing that in a local language, local dialect. Then he says, Ananda Kanane Kashyam Tulsi Jangamastaruhu. Like that, Madhusudan Saraswati, a great logician and a venerated scholar of very high merit in the Advaita Vedanta, he composed appreciation verses. Ananda Kanana means Kashi. It is the forest of joy, divine bliss. And there, Tulsi is the only roaming plant, the sacred plant Tulsi, and where it is Pushpam is Rama Brahmara Chumbitam. The flowers of this Tulsi poet, the sacred plant, is endeared by Rama Brahmara, the bee, that is Rama. This is how he composed and admired that. Like that, we see this view of cooperative working of both the supposed to be academic learning, systematic learning, and also popularizing. Why I am pondering over these things in great detail, the reason is this much. Nowadays, it is being very easily branded and wrongly branded that whenever you have a scholastic tradition and a populist tradition, when a scholar or a popularizing personality, when they are working together for a great cause, common cause, they are pitted against each other. Vyasakuta and Dasakuta are eternally opposed to each other. Tengale and Vadagale are eternally opposed to each other. This is how Acharyas and the Santas, they are opposed to each other. This is how, no, the differences are only in treatment and temperament, not in content, not in self-realization. Why? For that matter, this Santhavani has its roots in Vedas. In the Rig Veda, we have the mantras, Riks as we call. They are sung in the form of Sammans. Sama is the Gana. Rik is chanted by Hotra. That is one of the one among the Ritviks, I don't want to call by the term priest. Priest has already been tarnished by by one word called priestcraft. That's why I'm going to use the sane and sacred word Ritvik. Ritvik is an officiating person in a Vedic yajna. And he will be chanting, and that chant itself will be elaborated in a melodic pattern called Samman by the Udgatra. And there, the same thing which is popularized, riks may not be appreciated by one and all. It is chanting. But when it is sung, when it is set to raga, when it is set to melodic patterns, they will be enjoyed by one and all. We have more than 7,000 languages on earth. But not even hardly 7 systems of music exist in this planet. And that itself shows the popularity and the range of reach. And this is how this aspect of popularity and appeal has been wonderfully tapped. It is not a strategy. It is the kindness of the santas who could imbibe that great art of music and dance and take this highest truth to the masses. And that happened. And in the Vedas itself, what is being termed as highest truth, that is accepted, though accepted in the Upanishads, they used to say mere ritualization, mere ritualistic practices are not enough. It may be possible to few gifted people who are wealthy, who have time, and who have all that facility. But what about the commoner? In that case, Upanishads, are they coming and challenging the Vedas and are disrespecting? Not at all. They are trying to saturate the things, that's all. It is an internal correction. The same thing happened in the case of Bhagavan Buddha as well. Buddha was never opposed to the greatest truth of the Upanishads, but the people had forgotten that. It is very easy to forget the content and just adhere to the form itself. That happens in any system. Our constitution is very noble, but the people who are supposed to herald the values of constitution, whether it is judiciary or whether it is our political system, to what extent they are heralding the values, true values of constitution, it is very hard to say. This is how Bhagavan Buddha, if not, how could have he came with the wonderful message in Kutadanta Sutta of Sutta Pitaka, where Kutadanta, a Brahmana Shrotriya, was going to perform a Pashuka Yaga. Then Buddha says, no need to kill all these animals in the name of appeasing the highest truth. You can carry on with the internal yaga, that is the Antar Yaga. And this Buddha has not invented for the first time. He says there are many sages even before me have proclaimed the same truth, and we can as well get into it. Dr. Ananda Kumar Swami has spoken about this Antaryaga in great detail, and a wonderful paper has been written by him. There in this Antaryaga paper, he shows how in Shankayana Brahmana of Rigveda, or even in the Yajna Veda, that is the Yajur Veda, the fag end of Yajur Veda, we have the Jnana Yajnatas Yevam Vidusho Atma Yajamanaha Shraddha Patni, like that. It goes on. The internal yaga is more important. The same thing being told in Lalita Sahasrama, one part in the Brahmanda Purana. There it is said, Antaryaga Samaradhya Bahiryaga Sudurlabha. And a great commentator to Saundaralhari by name Lakshmidhara Matya, who was contemporary to Shri Krishnadevaraya, a great emperor from Karnataka, who hailed in Vijayanagar. He says, any form of external worship, whether it is sober or luxurious, it is all exhibitionism. It is Bahiryaga. And it is inferior. Antaryaga is the best thing. That's how he says. But common people, they need some image, they need some activity, they need some glory and all that. It is needed. And so the santas are not ignorant of that. And hence, even Buddha has to accept the external features. If not, how come we have Mahayana, Vajrayana, Sahajayana, and so many later developments? Like that, from that time, from those days itself, we have this internal correction. Whether it is Bhagavan Buddha or Bhagavan Mahavira or Basavanna or whosoever, they have all come as internal correction, internal conscience keepers, and they have done internal corrections. If not, they would have burnt. Nowadays, we have the habit of burning the scriptures, burning that book and this book. They never have done that, all these things. They took whatever best is possible, and that has to be imbibed. Professor M. Hiriyanna says, it is this critical conservatism that has saved India from becoming dogmatic. It is not dry conservatism, it is critical conservatism, enlightened conservatism. Enlightened conservatism is what we need for any establishment. If not, Tyagaraja, a great saint composer, why should have followed ragas and talas? So many new ragas were invented. So many ragas were defined by him, and so many ragas were kept in their purest form. Why that was done? If we were to be a revolt, if he were to be a Protestant, he would have not done these things. He is in tune with the tradition, and at the same time you have a lot of creativity. Tradition is something like the rails on which the creativity like an engine moves on. If there is no rails, any amount of engines and any amount of bogies, they will never have any role to play at all. And coming to the tradition of Santas, we have a lot of that material available in our history itself. In the Vedas, in any yajna, apart from the Prata Savana, Madhyandana Savana and Sayam Savana, these 3 session performances of the rituals used to go on, in between them, we had the songs, we had the stories, we had the fables, we had the narratives for popular education, that is Narashamsi, Gatha, Brahmodya, and many such things. Brahmodya means riddle-like expressions, riddle-like compositions, which used to reveal the secret of creation, the secret of the relationship between the individual and the universal, the connection between the world and the individual as such. All these things which can be told, which cannot be told directly, were all expressed in a metaphorical way, and that is Brahmodya. If you look into the Bedagina Vachanagalu of the people who have done that, Shiva Sharanas, including the great Allama Prabhu, and also the Mundige. Mundige means it is one more such riddle-like compositions done by people like Kanakadasa and many such Haridasas. We can know where the origin is. People who don't know several languages, people who have not cared to look into the research and the development of that has happened from time immemorial, they think that it's all an eruption, volcanic eruption now itself, for the first time itself it has happened. In our tradition, nothing is for the first time. Even the creation of the world happened long ago. The Upanishad says, Dhata yatha purva makalpayat. Even the Creator did the world as it existed earlier. This is how our cyclic way of understanding creation goes on. Now, coming to the saints, they realized, they lived, and that itself is being expressed. It means the oneness of act and speech is there. And there, what they did, 4 things: absolute existence, absolute awareness, absolute bliss, and absolute freedom. Sat, Chit, Ananda, and Swatantriya. These are very important. Everyone wants to live forever. Everyone wants to understand everything, and everyone wants to be in their highest level of happiness. Everyone wants to be happy. Even in our bedtime stories, which are told by our grannies, we know the prince and the princess were married and they lived happily forever then. You look into any Walt Disney comics or even any fairy tales, the last page will be they married and lived happily. It may be a questionable thing now. But if they lived happily means no more question. Then what? No. So happiness is the full stop to everything. And hence, this Ananda is very important. Ka pranyat kova anyat yadyesha akasha anando nasyat. So says the Taittiriya Upanishad. If Ananda were not to be present here, who would have even breathed, who would have moved, who would have been a living person, living entity? Nothing was possible. And then the freedom, more than Swarajya, the Swarajya is important. Satya Sai Baba long ago said, our freedom fighters fought for Swarajya. It's a great value. It's a great act. But Swarajya is very important. Swarajya means one's liberation being attained by one's own effort. The internal liberation is very important. Our saints, they harbored more on this, and they harped more on this as well. And that's why Swarajya became the highest value. If not, at the tender age of even just crossing the adolescence and entering to the prime youth, Swami Ganeshwara Maharaj, how he could have composed that great Ganeshwari. It became the fountainhead of Marathi literature as well. And here it is said, Nivrittistu Mahaphala, Pravrittiresha Bhutanam Nivrittistu Mahaphala. It is a dictum from Manusmriti. Nivritti means getting liberated. How the Santas, they were evolved. There is one popular Sanskrit verse, Durjana Sajjano Bhoyat, Sajjana Shantim Apnuyat, Shanto Muchyeta Bandebhya, Muktaspanyan Vimochiyet. Let the wicked become good. It is very important. If the wicked don't realize and become good on their own account, it becomes the responsibility, or it will be on the onus of the society to make them good. Sama, Dana, Bheda, Danda. This Chaturupaya are always present. By good words, by tempting them in a good way, by dividing them and ruling, and taking law into hands and making them, bend them, mend them properly. This is also very important. And such Durjana who has become a Sajjana should attain Shanti. Sajjana Shanti Mapnuyat. If good people are not peaceful, if their peace is disturbed again and again, what is the purpose of becoming good? In modern India, this is the problem. There are many good people, but they are not left for themselves. They are not left in peace. The whole system wants them to rest them in peace, not to live them in peace. This is the difficulty which we are facing. And the Sajjana Shanti Mapnuyat, Shanto Muchyeta Bandebhya. And a person who has attained peace should get liberated from the clutches of the mundane world. Because a peaceful person may be peaceful because of the surrounding conditions. If my surrounding conditions are adverse, then I may not be in peaceful condition. I may not be in peace. I may not be in quietude. So I should get liberated means, irrespective of the conditions or constraint of space and time, I should be happy. That can only happen with the highest truth. That is why it is called Rajavidya in the Bhagavad Gita. And Shanto Muktaspanyan Vimochayet. And such a liberated person alone can liberate the rest. Unfortunately, the people who are not at all liberated, they pose that they are the deliverers of the masses and they are the saviors of masses. What an irony! How ridiculous it is. So, in our tradition, Santa is a one person who is a liberated soul, who has nothing to gain, nothing to achieve from this world, in this world. The same thing Bhagavan Shri Krishna told, Name parthasti kartavyam trishulokeshu kinchana nanavaptavyam aptavyam vartaye vacha karmani. And such a person, in spite of having no expectation from the world and no responsibility as such, will be performing the right things, will be doing the good thing. We people, we want to be peaceful, we want to get liberated, we want to enjoy that absolute peace and absolute bliss. We should intentionally speak truth, we should act non-violently, we should do good things. These are all the things which we have to practice consciously. Prajnapurvakam deyam, prajnapurvakam karyam, prajnapurvakam bhashyam, like that. But a liberated soul, whatever he utters will become truth, and whatever he acts will become dharma. So whatever they do, it will become dharma. Once someone having heard Ramana Maharshi, they asked somebody, is he speaking Advaita? No. He is speaking about his experience, and scholars say that it is Advaita. So, Vacham Arthonu Dhavati. What they speak will be followed by truth. In the Sri Vaishnava tradition, first the people who will be moving in the temple cart festival or Rathotsava, in the front, in the row, the people who recite the Divya Prabandhan, they will be moving. Next to them, behind them, the God, the image of the God, the image of the Paramatma, it will move in position. And following the image, following the Ratha, following the Palkin, the people who will be chanting Vedas, the Vedic scholars will be moving. It means in the forefront we have the devotees who have realized the truth, the Alwars. And then the devotee is followed by the highest truth, that is God. And God will be followed by the Vedas. Our Kumar Vyasa says, Arisi Hariyamnayatati kukkarisidavo kanaru nakada konegalanu. Vedas, like gods, like dogs which sniff and recognize, it is no hinopama, it's no inferior simile. It is being told in the Vedas, it's told in the Puranas and Agamas as well. The Vedas, like devout dogs, will be sniffing and following the footsteps of the highest truth. Like that, they will be following. Then it is said, such persons, whatever they act will become dharma. This way of realizing Swadharma is very important. You look at our saints, you look at our santas, they strictly followed Swadharma. Tukaram was a cloth merchant. Tukaram worked in the fields. And Ravidas, he was a cobbler. If you come to Vachanakaras, every Vachanakara has proudly added his profession with the name Ambegara Chaudaya, Bahurupi Chaudaya. Bahurupi was a person living on fancy dress. Daytime, he used to come with various guises and entertain masses. And so everywhere we see that profession. And even in the case of Alwars also, they used to follow that profession. It is Tirumangai Alwar, or Pei Alwar, or Pudat Alwar, or Tondaradipudi Alwar, or even the Peri Alwar. Peri Alwar was a gardener, was a flower vendor. That is how it used to go on. And even in various places other than Karnataka or Tamil Nadu, the same trend continued as well. So the Swadharma Yoga and Kartavya, that was given highest respect. And then Swadharma Yoga had this Jnana Yoga as well. Swadharma Yoga or the Karma Yoga purifies one's mind. And then Jnana will be realized. And this Jnana is not bereft of warmth or feeling or affection. That is how we have Bhakti as well. Shankara Bhagavad in his Gita Bhashya says, Bhaktir Nama Jnana Nishtha Kriya. Bhakti is nothing but the act rooted in wisdom. In one line, the Acharya has integrated Bhakti, Jnana and Karma together. Then, in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, and again the same thing being told by the Bhagavan Buddha, that Mudita, Maitri, Karuna and Upeksha, these are the four important values which are emanated by all santas. Mudita means innate joy. Maitri means universal friendship. Karuna means intense compassion. And Upeksha means no botheration for any difficulty which comes across. In the Bhagavata, we have one verse, Gunadhikan mudam lipset, anukrosham gunadhamat, maitrim samanad anvichet, natapai rabhibhuyate. It means we have to get the joy as a great role model. We have to get joy as the highest value by the role models who are above us. Who are above us? Those people whose innate joy is more than ours, they are above us. Not the physical affluence or not the intellectual erudition, whatever. It is only the innate joy that is prevalent more in a person. He or she is always better. And then it is anukrosham gunadhamat. To people who are inferior to us in this term, who have innate joy being lesser in quality or quantity when compared to us, to them we have to be compassionate, and that karuna should always go with us. Anukrosha means karuna. And then maitrim samana danvichet. Friendship is always with the like-minded people. Like-minded means equals. Equals in terms of joy. In terms of ananda, innate ananda, we have friendship. The people who have ananda above us, we should not be jealous about them. We should respect. And the respect is a great value by itself. And then upeksha means not being disturbed by so many things which happen at the mundane plane. I am not getting this award, or I am troubled by a certain malady or whatsoever. All are connected with mind and body, nothing else. This is how the santas, they practiced. And so tattva and anusthana, theory and practice, went hand in hand with them. And the loka karunya, that is very important. This loka karunya, lokanu jirgiksha as it is called in the Shastric terms, it is very important. It is of paramount importance. If not, Bhagavan Shri Krishna would not have come with Bhagavad Gita, or even would have not acted so wisely in the Mahabharata war. Name parthasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana nanavaptavyam aptavyam vartayeva cha karmani. Basavanna, who was in his prime youth, who had occupied a very high position in the royal court, who was affluent, who was wise, who was creative. He could have composed lengthy epics of great sonorific value and bombastic phraseology. With all that, he wanted to distribute his wealth among the needy, and he wanted to bring out the highest truth in the most simple form. This is how it is Lokanukampa. All these things are like that. It is said, some great scholars, some great artists, they sing for the masses. Not that they are bereft of scholarship. They want to entertain the masses. For that matter, M.S. Amma had good training in music. Her Shruti Pramanam is wonderful. But for the benefit of the masses, to enrich them, entertain them, educate them, and even elevate them, she sang. If not, she could have sung Pallavi in every performance. She purposefully, willfully kept it aside because there were people for that. Another great luminary of her own time, D.K. Pattammal was there, Pallavi Pattamma she was called so. So they divided their work, not that they were in internal conflict with each other. This is how the prajna of a saint should be realized. And this aspect is called Bodhisattva prajna in the Buddhist tradition. It is said Bodhisattva, for the benefit of the world, took so many births, and in every birth he benefited the society and took yet another birth. And this is called as Sarvamukti concept in the Vedantic school of philosophy, one that which was propounded by Bhartr Prapancha, existed before Shankara. He propagates that. Means unless the last person on earth is liberated, I don't want to have that liberation. Unless the last is happy, I don't think that I am happy. This was the same philosophy which was adopted unknowingly by Gandhi, unknowingly by Ruskin and many people unto the last. And Swami Vivekananda said the same thing. Unless the last person on this planet is liberated and is kept happy, I don't want my liberation. He got the highest realization because of the grace of Ramakrishna Paramasa and yet remained so. This is the spirit of the saints. And these saints are the santas. They moved all around the subcontinent of India, and everywhere they went to the shrines, the tirthas and the kshetras. Tirtha means not mere water bodies. Taranat Tirtham means that is a bridge which is meant to cross the ocean of the mundane world, Bhavasagara. One who crosses that Bhavasagara is called Tirtha. Taranat Tirthaha. Tirna means who has crossed, and he will become Tirtha. He will become a crossing bridge. In the Mahayana tradition of the Buddha, it is said, Mahayana, why? It's a big vessel, it's a very big ship which can contain thousands of people and take them to the other shore of absolute bliss and absolute joy. This is the compassion, and this is the heartfelt opening up of one's own emotions for the betterment of one and all. That is why in the Buddhist tradition it is called Avadana, not Avadhana. With my name, Avadhanam is there, Shatavadhani and other things. It is about concentration. It is about a well-placed mind and multitasking. But what Bhagavan Buddha in the previous Janmas as Bodhisattva did, Avadana. Avadana means the best of the charities. Atyuttamam Danam Avadhanam. Then the very presence of them, the very company of such people will foster peace and happiness among the associates. If not, even the worst of the worst people who came in contact with them will become pious. In the Buddhist literature, whether it is Lalita Vistaram or Sutta Pitakam or many such works, we come across such situations, whether it is Angulimala, a highway robber of utter cruelty, or even Nadagiri, a wild elephant in rut. All these people, all these existences became quiet, peaceful, and obedient. It is the prabhava. It is the influence, positive influence of such great souls. We have many such stories in the Varkari Sampradaya as well, whether it is of Jnanadeva or Namadeva or Santa Tukaram. Everywhere we get such stories. One may question about the actuality and reality of that, but none can challenge the idea and the value and the purpose behind that. And then we have the integrating features like Marga and Deshi. The Acharyas were representatives of Marga, while Santas by and large were representatives of Deshis. Again, Marga and Deshi are not opposed to each other. Marga is an internal search, and Deshi is that search fructified being shared with one and all. Mrigyate iti margaha, dishyate iti deshi. These are the etymology. A person who knows this, a person who has realized this language, the etymology and other things, Vyakarana and Nirukta, they will be knowing these features. And if you know our saints, how they have worked, every Indian language has been enriched by them, and every literature in the respective languages were all decorated with such great compositions. Everywhere. I told about Jnanadeva. His Jnaneshwari became a masterpiece in Marathi. Till then, Marathi was in its infant stages. And it became a great language by such works. Why? In Karnataka, before Shivasharanas and all, the naturalness of the language was not felt to that extent, whether in the works of Pampar, Rannar, Ponnar, Janna, such people. The naturalness of expression rising up to the level of great poetry happened in the case of this great Vachanas. And that's so in Tamil, though it had a great literary tradition starting from the Sangam period, whether it is the Pattupat and Yettu Tugai, the 18 compositions of the Mel Kanak and then of the Keel Kanak and all, it was very great. But by the advent of our Alwars, who composed 4,000 songs, Nalairam, Divya Prabandham, and even the three, Appar Sundarar and Tirugyan Sambandar, who composed thousands of songs, literally thousands of songs. Arunagirinath himself composed 16,000 songs, Tevaram. It is pronounced as Teva, written as Tevaram, but its correct pronunciation is Devaram. Devasya Idam. It is connected with the highest truth of the Supreme. And they went everywhere. The beauty in Tamil Nadu is these saints, they were not static. They moved everywhere. All the 108 Divya Darshanams, Divya Kshetrams as we call, Divya Deshams, everywhere these Alwars moved and did Mangala Shasanam. So also the Appar Sundarar and Tirugyan Sambandar, they went everywhere in Shiva Kshetram, they sung. And the same tradition after thousands of years was continued by people like our Muthuswami Dikshitar. He has gone to every sacred place in Tamil Nadu and some of them in Andhra Pradesh as well, and even Kashi, Banaras, everywhere. They composed with special identifications. The composition with the Kshetra Vrikshar, Kshetradhipati, and the Kshetrachara, many things. They are not blind equations. They were contemplated and intelligent compositions in that sense. Apart from their musical qualities, the ragas, talas, and all these things are of very high quality, but in the composition they saw to it that way also the nation can get integrated. This is what we see in Varakari Sampradaya also. The very Vari itself is an embodiment of such universal brotherhood and oneness. The flood of oneness, the great mighty river of oneness and unification moving from Alandi or moving from Sajjangad to the Pandrapur that we see. So, these things are very important. Their integrating role and remolding role in the case of language and literature. In every Indian language we do find, whether it is Punjabi or Gujarati or Tamil or Kannada or even Assami or Bengali, everywhere. I don't have much time. If not, I would have elaborated all these features. But this much is true. Our tradition, our values, our epics, our philosophy went to everybody in this country because of them. They never diluted the concepts. They never diluted the philosophy. They made it intimate. Becoming intimate is not equatable to diluting the things. And this is the greatest contribution that our saints, that is our santas, they have given. It is not mere vani. It is dharma. It is charya. Charya means movement. It is said, Buddha charya. Wherever Buddha went, the path became sacred. So the santas, whoever, to whichever sect they belong to, they showed our goal to the highest one, and in that sense their footprints are even today present. It is only our inability and our own innate insufficiency that is not making us take the courage steps and follow them. Sayanacharya, younger brother of the great sage, who was the architect of Vijayanagara Empire, which stood against the onslaught of barbaric Islamic invasion of the north, Sayanacharya says, Padavim Kalidasasya Litam Rudalih Padam Nashaktumantyaho Gantum Pashyantopi Kavishvaraha. The path of Kalidasa is well seen with the wonderful footprints of him, but the later poets are unable even to tread on those footprints. It is so difficult for the other poets. This has happened. It is not the insufficiency or innate lacking of our santas, it is our paucity and our insufficiency. I feel honestly that these sessions and this wonderful conference may qualify us, may infuse that energy and that motivation in us, so that this Santhavani will become a reality in our lives at least. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech. It was really an eye-opening and brainstorming. We are privileged to have with us a distinguished diplomat and a global thinker, Dr. Chiranjiv Singh, sir, former ambassador to UNESCO and vice chairman of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Bengaluru. May I now request our chief guest, Dr. Chiranjiv Singh, sir, to deliver his speech. Thank you.
ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತದ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಎತ್ತರಿಸಿದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಿರಂಜೀವ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್, ಯುನೆಸ್ಕೋ ಭಾರತದ ಮಾಜಿ ರಾಯಭಾರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನದ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಅವರನ್ನು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿ ಭಾಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವಿನಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
Dr. Veerappa Moily ji, Dr. Shatavadhani Ganesh ji, Shri Raghavan ji, Shri Suresh ji, and respected participants in this seminar. It's a great pleasure for me to say a few words about this seminar and Santhavani. Though after the two learned expositions by Dr. Veerappa Moily ji and a brilliant exposition by Dr. Shatavadhani Ganesh, nothing much is left to say for me. But I would just mention that this seminar is a follow-up to the earlier seminars which we had on Upanishads, on the Kavya, Mahakavyas, Puranas, and now this is the concluding seminar. In a sense, this is the climax to the series that we had. As has been mentioned by Dr. Ganesh and Dr. Moily ji, if you look around, today the religion that is being practiced, all the religions, you take any religion, contemporary Indian religions, the spiritual traditions, I would say rather than, I'll use the word spiritual tradition rather than religion, because religion comes from the Latin root religare, which means to tie. So if you use the word religion, you tie yourself down to something, whereas spiritual tradition is liberating. And the Santhavani was liberating. That's why I would say this is spiritual tradition. So the spiritual or religious practice today, the culture, our contemporary culture, our contemporary philosophy, contemporary literature, they are all influenced deeply by Santhavani. these were realized souls who gave illumination through their compositions, what we call Santhavani. They were realized souls, and they showed the path to self-realization and God-realization. Now, if you look around from the entire spectrum of Santhavani, you find that their main aim has been to lead people onto the path of spirituality and self-realization. They were not concerned with ritualism. In fact, some of them were totally opposed to ritualism. Sant Namdev, there is a very famous Abhanga of Sant Namdev, which is included in the Guru Granth Sahib also, because Guru Granth Sahib has compositions of people from all religions. So he says, Pandey, तेरी गायत्री आवत देखी थी, लोधे का खेत खाती थी, टकरी लेकर टांग तोड़ी, लंगड़ी लंगड़ी जाती थी. O Pandey, O priest, I saw your Gayatri. Here is a pun on Gaye. Gayatri was grazing in that farmer's field. I took a stick and hit it, and then it went away limping it went away. And then Namdev ji says, I saw your Ramchandra, the king of Lanka, took away his wife and he couldn't do anything. I saw your, priest, I saw your Mahadev coming on the bull. And then it goes on. And then he says, for me what matters is devotion to Lord Vitthal. So devotion and the negation of ritualism is mostly what the Santhavani is about. They told you that, all the Santas, that God is within you. You don't have to go out to realize this. As Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji says, Kahe re ban khojan jaye. Why do you go to the forests to search for God? Sarv nivasi, sada alepa, sarva nivasi, that one who is everywhere, sarv nivasi, sada alepa, tohe sang samai, puhap madhya jo bas basat hai, as fragrance in the flower, the Lord is within you. You have to search for that within you. And then, of course, the revolutionary angle which, for example, Kabir ji mentioned, I just mentioned the Abhanga by Namdev ji. Kabir ji says, Kabira khada bazar mein, liye lukatha haath, jo ja rahe ghar apna chale hamare saath. Kabir is standing in the marketplace with a burning brand in hand. Whoever wishes to burn his house, let him come along with me. So this is the spirit which the Santas tried to infuse into the people. And devotion. As Surdas ji says, Mai mero man anat kaha sukh pave, jaise udi jahaz ko panchi, fir jahaz pe aave. Where my mind has been wandering all over, where can it find sukha? It's like the bird on the ship. It goes around and then comes back to the ship, because where else it can go to? So Lord, Surdas ji was a Krishna Bhakt, as you have all heard his padas. So you come to the Lord's feet. So this intense devotion, and all of them, they emphasized Nama Smarane. That the way to liberation is through recitation of Nama. Purandardas ji says, Narayana Nima Namada Smarane Naligege Barali. all the santas, all the Santhavani is about Namasmarane. That is the way to realization. That is the way to go inside. As Guru Arjan Dev Ji says, Gyan Anjan Guru Diya, Agyan Andher Binas, Sant Kripate, Prabh Kripate Sant Bhetya, Nanak Manu Pragas. Gyananjan was given to me by the Guru, and with the grace of the saints, I found the light of God within me. So the light has to be found within oneself through right conduct and through Nama Samarane. Right conduct has been emphasized by all of them. Guru Nanak Dev says, Sacho ure sabko, upar sach achar, that truth is higher than all, yet higher still is truthful living. How many scholars have we seen who expound on philosophy, but when it comes to their own character, you just have to read the biography of Radha Krishnan written by his son, S. Gopal, and you realize what it means, that you may be expounding all the philosophy, but your own conduct may be wanting. So these are some of the things which all the saints preach, that your conduct has to be first of a very high standard. What the Jain philosophy says, Samyak Gyan and Samyak Achar, that is rightful knowledge and rightful conduct, and they go together. So these are some of the things which all the saints try to teach us. This is the way of the Gnani, because they brought philosophy down to the level of, as Shatavadhani Ganesh ji mentioned, philosophy was the same, but it was brought to the people in the form in which they could understand. And that is why, as I said, this is the climax of the seminars which we had earlier arranged from the Bhavan, starting with the Upanishads. The Upanishadic philosophy you can find in all the compositions, in the Santhavani, compositions of all the saints. And that is why this indeed is the very welcome seminar which has been organized. There are sessions on most of the saintly traditions of India, and I hope all of you would be able to benefit from the discussions which will take place. I congratulate Suresh ji and Shatavadhani Ganesh ji for giving direction to this seminar, because the subject is so vast. The whole problem was where to draw the line, where to start and where to draw the line. But they have done a brilliant job of conceiving and now taking it into practice. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. So, to sum up, Namasmarane, right thinking, right conduct, and being free of rituals, searching for God within, and the oneness of mankind. They all preached that no casteism, nothing, all that doesn't matter. And that was the revolutionary message of all the saints. So if we can just imbibe even a little bit of what the saints preached, I think we would have made this Janma a success. Thank you.
Sorry, 1 minute. 2 points I have to add. Particularly, I have to add. That's why I'm here. Sorry for the intrusion now. One is about the reforming aspect of our santas. Nowadays, reformation has become a fad, and many people say that they are great reformers and they have brought them down to the level of activists. Nowadays, that is the danger, and they have conveniently forgotten their spiritual basis, which has become the tool for reformation, which has become the spirit of the reformation. Any reformation bereft of spirituality will be nothing but groupism, hooliganism, and vandalizing everything. And hence, this spiritual basis should never be forgotten. Nowadays, people in the name of reformation, activism, and correction of the society, they are violently and virulently doing. In the terms of Ayurveda, it is Ajnaya. But those saints, whether it is Haridasas or Varakaris or even the Ashtachap Kavis or the Ramanandi Panthi, all these people, they had strong basis in spirituality, the universal oneness, and nobody was an enemy. Any such conflict is occasional and contextual, and it was not absolute. The difference was only contextual and temperamental. And the other thing is about their contribution to art. I told about literature and something about music as well. But not many people know about their contribution to dance. For example, the great contribution done by Siddhendra Yogi of Andhra Pradesh in revitalizing the Kuchipudi Bhagavat Melam and molding it to that modern means quite ancient, the Kalapams and then the Bhagavat Melas and other things. Earlier, the dance was drawn to the courts and the spiritual aspect of the dance was reduced or ignored. Siddhendra Yogi thought that that should become the purpose of art. The purposes of art is entirely for self-realization, and entertainment is only a byproduct of it. And Siddhendra Yogi, that's why he trained men. He trained Kuchipudi Brahmins and made them dance, having the attire of female, women's attire, and dancing as Jivatma, having the unison of Paramatma, and he himself composed that renowned Bhama Kalapam and other things. And another thing is about the great revolution which was brought in theatre by Swami Shankar Deva of Assam. Shankar Deva, he revitalized the Satriya tradition and brought in all the characters of the epics through his compositions. They become theatrical presentations and again entertainment for enrichment. This way, everywhere we see, art was not ignored, not even literature. And all these were aligned to spirituality, national integration, and above all, non-violent affection and intimacy with one and all in the society, irrespective of the difference, as differences are temporal in nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chiranjiv sir, for your insightful deliberations. Every institution is guided by a torchbearer, one who upholds its ideals with dignity and purpose. We are honored to have such a leader at our aim. We now invite Sri K.G. Raghavan sir, a well-known persona, a leading legal luminary and chairman of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Bengaluru, to deliver the presidential address.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ವಿಶೇಷ ದೀಪ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆ.ಜಿ. ರಾಘವನ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ನುಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
I did not know what nervousness was when I started practice as a lawyer. I said, why should you feel nervous? You go and say what you want to say before a judge. But today, I realize what is nervousness. After having heard the erudite speeches of the three learned speakers who have preceded me, I wondered whether there was any role for me to play in this program. But since I have been assigned the role of what is called as a presidential address, I shall say a few words which have crossed my mind. To take on the thought that Dr. Chiranjiv Singh left us with, namely, in this Kali Yuga, philosophy takes a back seat. Devotion takes the front seat. And how does one, given our limited lifespan, limited knowledge, limited time, distractions, how do we spend our life in a useful and fruitful manner? Namasmaranat anyopayam nahi pashyamo bhavatarane Rama Hare Krishna Hare Tamanama vadami sadaiva Hare. So there is a way out for all of us, and that is Namasmarana. Shastra Gnanam Bahuklishtam Buddhesh Chalanakaranam Eko Munir Vachanam Na Pramanam Dharmasya Satyam Nihitam Guhaya Mahajano Yena Gatas Sapantaha. The knowledge of these Shastras is very difficult. Idu kabbinada kadale. Eko munir vachanam na pramanam. All the munis, all the saints, all the savants, all the seers do not speak in one voice. Each one has their own way of expressing. Now, for ordinary people, it is very difficult to seem through all these differences and then come to the conclusion that ultimately there is only one. Where is the time, I ask myself, for all this analysis? And how do I therefore get to lead a life which is righteous? Dharmasya satyam nihitam guhaya. It is the truth of what is right and what is wrong is hidden in some unknown cave. And therefore, what do? Mahajano ena gatas sapantaha. Therefore, follow the Mahajanas. Now the question really is, who is a Mahajana? That is what is sought to be exposed through this 7-day-long seminar. We have no dearth for Mahajanas in this country. Mahajana does not necessarily mean affiliation to a religion. Mahajana does not necessarily mean affiliation to the existence, the concept of the existence of God. I ask myself, are there not Mahajanas even amongst atheists? If dharma is what should be the foundation of our living, is God a necessary concomitant for the practice of dharma? We all take it for granted that it is, but not necessarily so. Ultimately, what is important is not your faith. What is important is how you live that faith. Now, does a sant means giving up? Does it mean tyaga? Does it mean detachment? Does it mean non-attachment? Does it mean wearing a saffron robe? Does it mean growing a beard? Does it mean practice of rituals? I don't know. Samsara vishavrukshasya dvepale amrutopame kavyamruta rasa swadaha sangatis sujane jane. In this vicious, poisonous tree of life, there are two eternal fruits. Sangatis sujane jane, have the company of good people and spend your time reading good literature. That is a whole concept of a sant. Sant does not necessarily mean giving up. In fact, you know, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa did not expound his thoughts in the form of difficult philosophic statements. He expressed his thoughts in the form of parables. There is one beautiful parable of Sri Ramakrishna which I would like to share with you. He was asked, is giving up the road to salvation? He said, no. Giving up life is an aberration. The will of God is that His creation must continue. And he gave one example as to how a householder should lead a life, a dharmic life. He gave the example of a boat. And they said, look, if the boat is on the land, is it useful? It is useless. The boat, if it has to be useful, has to be in the water. Now, what happens if the water gets into the boat? The boat will sink. Similarly, you should be in life. Life, it should not be in you. That concept of being detached at the same time being of it and being in it and not of it is what we have to really cultivate, and that's the whole object of this program, Santhavani. It is not to convert. It is not to say this school of thought is right and that school of thought is wrong. It is only to say all of us are islands at the top, but we are connected at the bottom. Now, we have heard several concepts that have been discussed, and we will be discussing number of more concepts as in the next 7 days. We have discussed, we have referred to the concept of happiness. We have referred to the concept of materialism. We have referred to the concept of Tyaga. We have referred to the concept of Godhead. We have referred to the concept of rituals. Now, how do we merge all this as part of our daily life? That's the million-dollar question. Now, if I go to a young person, why? Come to me and then say, will you give up your money? I will say, no, I won't. Do you want to earn money till the last day of your life? I said, yes, I want to. That's not the question. As they say, if you ask the wrong question, you will get the wrong answer. The question is not whether you want to earn money, you want to be materialistic in your life. All of us would like to lead a comfortable life, don't we? I mean, all of us, even our sannyasis today, travel in very rich, expensive cars. Now, what are we doing? Where are we going when we go in that route and ask ourselves a question, renunciation? Instead of asking that question, in my respectful and humble view, the right question would be, how do you earn that money? Having earned it, how do you spend it? I think the moment we ask that question, I think there is some light at the end of the tunnel. Therefore, the message that we would like to convey through this Santhavani is lead a righteous life, lead a dharmic life, lead a life which will promote harmony, which will promote friendship, which will promote love and affection. Nobody is asking you to give up what you're doing, but what you're doing, do it with a sense of fulfillment. And how do you get that fulfillment? That fulfillment is only if we have this concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That's the whole concept. Brotherhood of men and fatherhood of God is what Jesus Christ said. And the moment we adopt that as part of our living, I think we have contributed the little mite that we can to improve the quality of our life. Or else, whole purpose will become theoretical. We have to therefore find a practical balance between materialism on the one hand, spiritualism on the other, finding God within myself as another concept. Now, in this regard, I just want to refer to one beautiful poem, or a kagga, as it is called, written by our renowned philosophic literator, Dr. D.V. Gundappa. Hosa chigaru, hale beru, ಕೂಡಿರಲು ಮರ ಸೊಬಗು, ಹೊಸ ಯುಕ್ತಿ ಹಳೆ ತತ್ವ, ದೊಡೆಗೂಡೆ ಧರ್ಮ, ಋಷಿವಾಕ್ಯದೊಡನೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕಲೆ ಮೇಲುಸುವಿಕೆ, ಜಸವು ಜನ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. This is the practical philosophy that we want. Hosa chiguru, a tree which has fresh shoots, but which has old seasoned roots. Hosa chiguru hale beru. I am translating it for the benefit of those who are not able to understand Kannada. Hosa chiguru hale beru, ಕೂಡಿರಲು ಮರ ಸೊಬಗು, ಹೊಸ ಯುಕ್ತಿ ಹಳೆ ತತ್ವ, ಒಡೆಗೂಡ ಧರ್ಮ. We must merge the modern scientific principles with our old notions. Today, we know how the cosmos looks. 2 centuries ago, we just worshipped the earth, moon, stars, sun as mere the embodiments of that spiritual power. Now, can I ignore that? No. But can you today discard the fact that we are able to land on the moon? And of course, somebody will say, that's not the same moon that was referred to in my Puranas. That's a different controversy. We will not go into it. But we have to merge scientific thought with the notions of our religion. That is hosa yukti hale tattva. New thoughts merged with old philosophies. That is why, you know, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan has published 3 volumes of Swami Ranganathananda called Eternal Values of a Changing Society. There are certain basic principles which don't change. We need to have that foundation. But can you live only on foundation? No. On that foundation, you have to build a superstructure. And that superstructure is part of living in this world. That is how I would think that we have to approach the statements of all our saints, that laying a firm foundation on a superstructure. A firm foundation is as important as a superstructure. Superstructure is as important as a foundation. And therefore, we should have a happy merger of all this. In fact, there was a very interesting concept that was enunciated by the learned speakers earlier on, what is called as happiness. Now, what is happiness? Happiness for one is not necessarily happiness for the other. Now, therefore, how do you guide this thought of happiness? In fact, there is a very interesting formula that my father told me, which I want to place before you for your kind consideration. He said, happiness can be expressed as an arithmetical formula. He said, happiness equals satisfaction of wants divided by wants. Now, if the denominator wants is less, happiness or the satisfaction is more. So, if you divide a higher numerator with a smaller denominator, the quotient, namely happiness, will be highest. Therefore, the challenge is, how do you keep your wants at the minimum? That's the challenge. And what is it that guides the hankering for this and that? It is our sense organs. The moment, therefore, we are able to keep our sense organs under control, we have automatically controlled the desire for this and that. Therefore, the entire objective is to keep our sense organs under control. In fact, the Mahaperiyar of Kanchi, Kamakoti, was asked, Swamiji, you say that God is everywhere, that God is Nirvikalpa, Nirakara, Niranjana. Why should I go to a temple? Why should I decorate the idol in a particular manner? Why should we perform Abhisheka? Why should we adorn the deity with jewels? The Swamiji said, none of this is required. If you are able to realize that God is within you, but now how does that realization come? Then the Swamiji gave a beautiful example which was very convincing to me, and therefore I want to place it before you. He said, look, you give a child a thesis written by a Nobel laureate. What will the child do? Tear up the book. Will the child understand anything of what is written in it, even though it might have got a Nobel Prize? No. Same child, you give it a book with some color pictures. A picture of a lion, a tiger, an apple, and an orange. At least for a fraction of a minute, that child will look at that book and sit quietly. We, in the field of God realization, are in this stage not even of the child. And he said, in order to, your mind is like a monkey's mind. It is not only a monkey's mind. It is a mind of a monkey which is drunk with honey. Not only of a monkey's mind which is drunk with honey. It is a monkey which is bitten by a scorpion. Now, that is the stage in which we are in the field of God realization. Therefore, at our stage, we need temples, we need saints, we need sons, we need all this, so that fraction of a minute we are in the presence of that sant, or we are in the presence of that deity, the mind is under control. And the mind will be under control only where the sense organs are under control. That's the challenge. The challenge is therefore lies, ladies and gentlemen, in keeping our sense organs under control. The moment we have realized and kept the sense organs under control, automatically God realization is imminent. Now, we talked about Sanatana Dharma. Extremely difficult concept. Sanatana Dharma has to be merged with what is called as Yuga Dharma. Now, what is Yuga Dharma? What is Sanatana Dharma? Everything that we do is influenced by Kala, Desha, Vartamana. What was right 50 years ago is not right today. What is right today may be wrong, might have been wrong 50 years ago. What is good here may not be acceptable in a Western society. What is acceptable in the Western society may not be acceptable in the Oriental system. Now, therefore, how do we therefore reconcile our concept of what is called as dharma or righteousness in the context of Kala, Desha and Vartamana? It's an extremely difficult concept. That is why our saints came up with the concept of what is called a Sanatana Dharma and Yuga Dharma. Sanatana Dharma is something that is universal. It has no connection with your religious faith, shorn of the difference between dharma and religion. Sanatana Dharma has nothing to do with caste, creed, religion, region, gender, language, culture, style of living. Whereas Yuga Dharma changes with time. Therefore, we have to find out what is Sanatana Dharma and what is Yuga Dharma. And in that context, if you simply say, throw Manusmriti into the waste paper basket, because that's not part of the Sanatana Dharma, that is a correct and a wrong statement. Manusmriti is Yuga Dharma. According to the times of Manu, he came up with certain concepts which was acceptable then, which was acceptable in that society, may not be acceptable today. But therefore, do not mix up Yuga Dharma with Sanatana Dharma and say, for that reason, Sanatana Dharma should be discarded. That is a complete, I do not want to say, mistaken notion. I would dare to say, it is ignorance. Now, therefore, we have to debate all this. The platform for debate is a program like this. And as Dr. Chiranjiv Singh has already told you, this is the 8th in the series of programs that we have had over the last 10 years, excepting for the break during COVID. We have had Veda Sandesha, Upanishad Sandesha, Symposium on Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavata, Purana, Kavyas, and now this is the next one. This is the Santhavani. There are a number of sons who have spoken about many things. Would you identify a sant with a religion? No. That is the whole message that we want to convey. And I just want to leave one last thought with you. We are all saying that in this country where we have so many different points of view, both with relation to what you call as dharma and what you call as religion, we have so many different varieties. We are different in dress, we are different in language, we have difference in thought, we have different in even eating habits, we have different in dialects. Kannada is spoken in one manner in Old Mysuru. Go to North Karnataka, it is spoken differently. Go to South Canada, it is spoken differently. People eat different type of food. People's attire is different. Now, amidst all these differences, one thought is find unity in diversity. I bow down to that. But I want to place one more thought in your mind, and with that I shall conclude. Not only should we find unity in diversity, we should also develop the mental makeup to enjoy diversity. Let us not destroy diversity. We don't have to make everybody the same. That is not the society in which we want to live. We would like everybody to think differently. Let everybody do whatever they want, as long as I don't harm you, you don't harm me. That should be our approach, is the thought I would leave with you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being part of the Santhavani. And I also have to share with you one very important event. 2025-2026 marks the 60th year of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Bengaluru Kendra. That's why you will find on our banner a logo here called 60 Diamond Jubilee. It is our goal and ambition to have 60 programs in this year. And Santhavani is the first of such programs. We would request all of you to please extend your cooperation. Please participate in all these events. We will give due publicity to all the events that we are planning, and your participation is our greatest asset and your greatest contribution for the cause for which Dr. K. Munshi founded Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your illuminating deliberations. And now we would like to felicitate all our dignitaries on the dais. So request Chairman Sir K.G. Raghavan Sir and Director H.N. Suresh Sir to do the honor for all our distinguished guests. Thank you.
ಇಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರನ್ನು ನಾವು ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದಿಂದ ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭವನದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
Dr. R. Ganesh Sir, thank you. Dr. Chiranjiv Singh Sir. Now I request all of you to reassemble here after 2 p.m. Now, thank you, Dr. K.G. Raghavan Sir, getting honored by our Suresh Sir. Thank you. Every beautiful morning must end with gratitude. For gratitude is the memory of the heart. To extend our heartfelt thanks to all who have made Santhavani 2025 a success, I invite Srimati Nagalakshmi K. Rao, Joint Director, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Bengaluru, to propose a word of thanks. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guest, member of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan family, dear friends and students, Namaskara. It is indeed my proud privilege to extend on behalf of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Bengaluru, our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who has graced Santhavani 2025 with your presence and blessings. At the very outset, our deepest respect and gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Chiranjiv Singh Sir, former ambassador to UNESCO and vice chairman of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Bengaluru, for his inspiring and insightful address. Sir, your words have beautifully reminds us of the universal and timeless relevance of the saints' teachings. Our respectful thanks to our inaugural speaker, Dr. M. Veerappa Moily Sir, former Chief Minister of Karnataka, a statesman, thinker, and literary figure, for his enlightening thoughts and his continued support to all our cultural endeavors. We are immensely grateful to Shatavadhani Dr. R. Ganesh sir for his profound keynote address. His erudition and eloquence gave Santhavani a vibrant and intellectual soul for this morning. Our sincere thanks to our chairman, Shri K.J. Raghavan sir, for his inspiring presidential address and for his constant guidance, encouragement, and leadership in every initiative of the Bhavan. We also thank our director, Shri H.N. Suresh sir, for his warm welcome address and for being the driving force behind every Bhavan's event and celebrations, culture, knowledge, and values. A heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished guests on and off the dais, our Bhavan's member, students, volunteers, and who dedication and teamwork have made today's inaugural program a graceful success. We extend our heartfelt thanks to all our media friends, and we request their continued support. Thank you. ಈ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಇನಾಗ್ರಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸಂಪನ್ನಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಭೋಜನದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಈ ದಿನದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಸೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಟಾಕು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರೋಣ. ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಪರಂಪರೆ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಭಕ್ತರು ಈ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿಯನ್ನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ.ಎ. ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಅವರು ಮಂಡಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಂತರ 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮಾಯ್ನಾರ್ ಪರಂಪರೆ ತೇವಾರಂ ತ್ರಿಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು ಶಿವ ಭಕ್ತರು ಸಂತರು ಇವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಜಟಾಯು ಅವರು ತಮಿಳು ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂದೂ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ವಕ್ತಾರರು ಅವರ ಪ್ರಬಂಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಊಟಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
Thank you. As we conclude this morning's inaugural session, thank you all for your presence listening. Now I request all of you to reassemble here 2 p.m. after lunch, wherein we can proceed with our first day's lecture session on Santhavani with all our eminent speakers who have come all the way for you to deliver wonderful speech. Alwars by Dr. M.A. Alwar, followed by Saint Nayanmars, Shiva Bhakti by Sri Jatayu, and then discourse on life and works of Alwars by Sri Dushyant Sridhar sir. Thank you. So I now request all of you to kindly join us for the lunch. Thank you.
माइक में ऐसे ऐसे हो सकता है।
Indian logic at the Maharaja Sanskrit College. He is also heading the Department of University of Transdisciplinary Health Services and Technology. The department deals with theoretical foundation of Ayurveda, apart from documenting, cataloging, and publishing ancient palm leaf manuscripts on Indian systems of medicine. He is managing trustee of Samskruti Foundation, Mysuru and Melkote. It is involved in the preservation and propagation of cultural and scientific heritage of India. Dr. Alwar is active in transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research concerning Indian knowledge systems and other branches of science and technology. He has authored and published several books pertaining to these subjects and has attended seminars and conferences all over India. He is also sought after for his expert views on various aspects of Indian culture and heritage. He will be speaking on sense of Alwars. So once again, we will give a big round of applause for M. Alwar sir. Thank you.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ.ಎ. ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸನ್ಮಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭವನದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೆ.ಜೆ. ರಾಘವನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಎಚ್.ಎನ್. ಸುರೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ.
English is better. विष्णुं भास्वत्किरीटाङ्गदवलयगदाकल्पहारोज्ज्वलाङ्गं श्रोणीभूषा सुवक्षो मणिमकुटमहाकुण्डलैर्मण्डिताङ्गम् हस्तोद्यच्छङ्खचक्राम्बुजगदममलं पीतकौशेयवासं विद्योतद्भासमुद्यद्दिनकरसदृशं पद्मसंस्थं नमामि। काषायशोभिकमनीयशिखानिवेशं दण्डत्रयोज्ज्वलकरं विमलोपवीतम् उद्यद्दिनेशनिभमुल्लसदूर्ध्वपुण्ड्रं रूपं तवास्तु यतिराजदृशोर्ममाग्रे। भूतं सरश्च महदाह्वयभट्टनाथ श्रीभक्तिसारकुलशेखरयोगिवाहान् भक्ताङ्घ्रिरेणुपरकालयतीन्द्रमिश्रान् श्रीमत्पराङ्कुशमुनिं प्रणतोऽस्मि नित्यम्। At the outset, I would like to convey my humble pranams to all the members of this august audience. In fact, when I was invited to give a talk in this esteemed auditorium consisting of stalwarts from various walks of life, I felt a little diffident But when I saw the topic that was given to me, that is the lives of the Alwars, I felt an inspiration within me, and I thought, this is a wonderful opportunity I should not miss. In fact, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan is the flagship organization that has been involved in the preservation and propagation of traditional Indian knowledge pertaining to all walks of life. And one of the most important Vidyas, as we call it, is known as the Brahma Vidya, because the Upanishads proclaim Sa Vidya Ya Vimuktaye. That alone is the real Vidya, which is responsible for our emancipation. And when we talk about the stalwarts who are practitioners of this Brahma Vidya, the first name that comes to our memory is those of the great sages. And the spontaneous outpourings of these sages were known as the Vedas, as we all know. But once again, as we all know, the Vedas are not graspable by all sections of society at large, due to various reasons. Therefore, when the divine outpourings, which are in a regional language, each and every person of society can have access to it. And in several traditions, the regional language didactions are more venerated than the Vedas themselves. However, in the Sri Vaishnava tradition, to which I belong, we give equal prominence to both the Sanskrit Vedas as well as the Dravida Vedas, as we call the compositions of the Alwars. That is why the Sri Vaishnava tradition is known as the Ubhaya Vedanta tradition. That means it gives equal prominence to the Samskrita Vedas and Vedanta, as well as the Dravida Vedas and the Vedanta. And which are the Dravida Vedas? The Dravida Vedas are the divine compositions of the Alwars, and therefore we say that it is equal. In fact, it was Sri Ramanujacharya who upgraded this regional language literature to the level of the Vedas, and he was the pioneer in doing so. Secondly, it's a very unenviable task to talk about the Alwars in 1 hour, because it's such a huge topic. Even to give a modern example, to give a thumbnail view of one Alwar in 10 minutes is a Herculean task. But though I have my own limitations in all aspects, I will try to throw light on the unique aspects of these 10 Alwars, and also how they are relevant even today, even after about 2000 years or 2500 years according to historians, and several million years according to the traditional views. In fact, the first mention about the Alwars is in the Bhagavata Mahapurana, wherein it is mentioned, and it's very famous, Kalau khalu bhavishyanti narayana parayanaha kvachit kvachin mahabhagaha dramideshu cha bhurishaha tambraparni nadi yatra kritamala payasvini. So the great sage Shuka mentions to Parikshit in the in the Srimad Bhagavatam, where he says, Kalau khalu bhavishyanti narayana parayana kvachit kvachin mahabhagaha dramideshu cha bhurisha. In the Kali Yuga, there will be a group of saints who have dedicated their body, mind and soul to the Lord Narayana. That is why he says Narayana Parayanaha. And he says Kvachit Kvachin Mahabhagaha. So he says all over India, for example, you have Shankaradeva in Assam, you have Jnanadeva in Maharashtra, you have so many saints who have been there all over India who are the worshippers of Vishnu. But he says, Dramideshu cha bhurishaha. In the Dravida land, there will be many of them. And he also specifically mentions one particular name of Nammalwar, who is the most important Alwar among the 12 Alwars. And he says, Tamraparni nadi yatra kritamala payasvini. When we go to a place called Alwar Tirunagari in Tirunelveli district, you have the beautiful river of Tamraparni flowing, and it is on the banks of this river that the great Nammalwar flourished. So we can see that there is the sanction of our ancient Puranas, ancient Sanskrit literature with regard to the greatness and authenticity of the Alwars. Secondly, in the Sri Vaishnava tradition, we talk about three important terms, which are technical terms. We call them as Divya Deshas, we call them as Divya Suris, and we call them as Divya Prabandhas. So we attach the name Divya to these three words, which is very important if we have to know the greatness of the Alwars. So the Alwars were known as Divya Suris, the divine saints, because they were steeped in divinity. They had nothing in mind other than the Lord Narayana. They did not think about anything other than the Narayana. So they were called as Divya Suris or divine saints. And the compositions that emanated from them, I am purposefully using the word emanating, because when we talk about these Divya Prabandhas, there is a beautiful statement in one of the commentaries which says, Bhakti Balatkarattale Piranda. So they could not contain themselves. They were overwhelmed with the bhakti, and it emanated from them. That's why they say, Bhakti Balatkarattale Piranda Divya Prabandhangal. So these were known as the Divya Prabandhas. And they are 4,000 in number. And these Alwars not only talked about the philosophy of Vaishnavism, they talked about the presiding deities who are in the form of Archa. We call it as Archavatara. So, for those of you who are not familiar with the word Archa, the very simple form is the iconic form. But in the Agamas, they give a very important term. They say, Sakala Manuja Nayana Vishayatam Gataha Murti Visheshaha Archa. So generally, even today or from time immemorial, there has been this debate whether God exists or not. Of course, we will not go into that debate. And several people say God does not exist because we cannot see him. Of course, he cannot be seen by our external eyes. The Shastras proclaim, Na mamsa chakshuhu abhivikshatetam. Even the Alwars proclaim, Nenjennum ulkannel kanumunarvu yogi hridhyana gamyam. You cannot see God from these eyes. You can only realize him or experience him with your heart. That is what the Alwars say. But on the other hand, if ordinary people like us have to have some inclination about what the Lord might look like, then it is the Archa form. That's why we say, Sakala Manuja Nayana Vishayatan Gataha. Irrespective of age, nationality, caste, creed or sex or whatever it is, this is the form that can be seen with our external eyes by everybody. So that is why it says, Sakala Manuja Nayana Vishayatangataha Murti Vishesha Archa. And the Alwars have sung 108 of these iconic forms across India. Of course, only 106 to be precise, because we are unable to see Shri Vaikuntham with this body, and also what is known as Ksheerabdhi. These two Divya Deshas we cannot see with our mortal coil. But the 106 are even today existing across India. And these chosen sites, as they call them, are known as Divya Deshas. So Divya Prabandhas, which actually propitiate the Lord or the eulogy of the Lord, and these Lords, presiding deities in the iconic form, they are 108 in number, and they are known as Divya Deshas. And these great saints who sang about these great chosen sites in the iconic forms of the Lord are known as Divya Suris. So you have 12 Divya Suris, and this shloka, which I just chanted, gives the names of these. Bhutam Sarascha Mahadahvaya Bhattanatha Shri Bhakti Sara Kulashekara Yogi Vahan Bhaktangrirenu Parakala Yatindra Mishran Srimat Parankushamunim Pranatosmi Nityam. Of course, this shloka talks about only 10 saints. 2 saints are not mentioned here. I will mention the reason later. So first we have 3 Alwars who are known as Bhutam, Saraha and Mahadahvaya. And since they flourished in the Tamil region, all of them have Tamil names. So the first 3 Alwars, we always consider them as 3 in a group only, because their destinies were intertwined with each other, if I had to put it in a modern language. They were together when it mattered the most. So they are known as Poihe Alwar, Bhudatta Alwar and Pei Alwar. I will not go into the significance of these names due to paucity of time. So these 3 Alwars were extremely devoted to the God, and each of them wanted to have the darshan of the Lord in his pristine purity. So they set out in search of where they can have such a divine vision of the Lord. And it so happened that though they were born in different places in Tamil Nadu, they all came to a place called Tirukkovilur, which is there even today. It is called, there the Lord is called as Trivikrama. And suddenly it started raining heavily. It was a huge thunderstorm. So in those days, there would be small room-like areas where people could rest when there is a rain or something like that. So first, Poihe Alwar came there, and he found a small room where he was sleeping. And the rain continued unabated. So they say it was raining cats and dogs in the modern terminology. Then Bhudatta Alwar also happened to come there. And he said, "Oh, sir, can you just allow me inside?" Then Poihe Alwar said, "One person can sleep, but 2 persons can sit easily. So you please come, you are most welcome." So these 2 people were sitting there. And suddenly the 3rd Alwar, called Pei Alwar, he also happened to come there. And since it was raining heavily, he said, "Oh, sirs, can you let me inside? Can I also be with you for some time until the rain abates?" Then immediately Poihe Alwar said, "Oruvar padukkalam, iruvar ukkaralam, mooruvar nikkalam." So you please come. 2 people are sitting here, but 3 people can easily stand. Please come inside. Then, since all the 3 were devotees, in fact, if 2 people or 3 people who like cricket, they will start discussing cricket. If they have some other habits, they will start discussing about those habits. But since all the 3 were devout devotees of the Lord, they started discussing about the Lord, about his greatness, about his pastimes. And at that time, It was actually extremely dark, pitch dark. Suddenly they found that somebody is jostling in for space. Then they said, who is it? Who is it? Because it was so dark they could not see it and they could not hear any word. Then they said, we need a lamp to know who has come here. So how do you get a lamp? In those days you did not have mobile phones which had torches, or you did not have any, they did not carry any battery torch, etc. And you did not have even the concept of electricity at all. So what to do? Then Poihe Alwar said, Vayyantahaliya varkadale nayyaha Vayya kadiron vilakkaha. I will light a lamp. How do I light a lamp? Vayyantahaliya varkadale nayyaha. So this entire earth is the lamp, what we call as for example, if you have a mud lamp like this, so this entire earth is the lamp. And varkadale nayyaha. So you need some ghee or oil to actually light the lamp. So what I will do is, I will have the entire water of the ocean as the oil. And then I need a wick, which we call batti or tiri in Kannada. So what will I do? Vayya kadiron vilakkaha. So I will have the entire, whatever is there in this world, as the wick. And ultimately, the sun himself is the lamp that I will create. So you have this earth as the deepa, then you have the entire water of the ocean as the oil, and then the wick and the lamp is the sun himself. So he said, Vayyantahaliya varkadale nayyaha Vayya kadiron vilakkaha Shayya shudarariya nadikke shootiren shunmalai, etc. Very beautiful. Then Purat Alwar, who was there, he said, Anbe tahaliya arvame nayyaha inburu hushindai tiriya. He said, Anbe tahaliya, I have no physical lamp to light. So the love for the Lord I have is the lamp. Then arvame nayyaha. Everywhere it says in our Shastras, if a person wants to have the vision of the Divine Lord, he should have a very, very severe craving for having the Lord. Oh Lord, when are you going to show yourself to me? When are you going to show yourself to me? That sort of craving, the same craving we have for worldly objects. So that sort of craving, arvame nayyaha. So that craving itself is the oil or ghee that I will have. And in buru hushindai tiriya. And what is it I am going to have for the week? In buru hushindai. Always I am thinking about the Lord. So in the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna asks, Katham vidyamaham yogin tvam sada parichintayan. Always we should be thinking of the Lord. Then only the Lord will show himself to us. So that shindai or chinta or constant thinking, that itself is dhyana, nothing else than that. So, in buruho shindai tiriya. And that is how these two Alwars lit the lamp. Immediately, Pei Alwar, who was in the middle, he immediately saw the Lord descend down. And he said, Tirukkandaen ponmeni kandaen. And not only he, but all the three Alwars together had the divine vision of the Lord Narayana. He says, Tirukkandaen pon, I am seeing, oh, all of us are, though it is only Pei Alwar who is seeing it, all the three are experiencing it. We are all seeing the golden hued form of the Lord. And he explains it beautifully. Those who are in the know of spiritual experiences they say that never can two persons have the same experience. Even in our mundane experiences, mundane day-to-day life, for example, my father used to give an example. Suppose I say, imagine a bird flying in the sky. So we are about 25-30 people in this auditorium. Each person's imagination will be different. And suppose I say, if all of us were to be artists, imagine a bird flying in the sky and you draw it. Each person's drawing will be different. It is more so with regard to divine experiences. No two persons in this world or anywhere in this universe can have the same type of divine yogic experience. But they say every rule has an exception. And the exception is all the three of these Alwars had the same type of divine experience of viewing the Lord within their inner self. So this is, in a nutshell, the story of the three Alwars. Of course, there is much more to the philosophy behind this. Coming to the next Alwar, it is Tirumazhi Alwar. Tirumazhi Alwar is one of the most, if we have to put it in modern terms, highly academically qualified. Of course, when we talk about spiritual experiences, we don't talk about bookish knowledge because bookish knowledge is useless as far as spiritual aspects are concerned. But it is said that he had read the Jaina philosophy, he had read the Bauddha philosophy, he knew about the Charvaka philosophy, and he also practiced Shaivism and several other aspects. And once he was sitting in his hermitage when he was sewing a small cloth. He was just putting some torn cloth was there. He was just putting it back together. And at that time, it so happened that Shiva and Parvati were just going along. And then they just saw and they found this great saint Tirumazhi Alwar. They said, "Oh, this is a great person. He's a great devotee. We have to do something for him." And they descended and said, "Please ask, what boon do you want?" Then it so happened that Tirumazhi Alwar said, "Can you grant me moksha?" Then Lord Shiva said, "No, we are not in charge of that department." It's not in any way to belittle the greatness of Lord Shiva. I want to hasten to add. He said, "Mokshamicchet janardhanat." There is a famous saying. Arogyam bhaskaradicchet. If you want to have good health, worship the sun god. Bhutimicchet dhutashanat. If you want to have prosperity, worship Agni. Jnanam maheshwaradicchet. If you want divine knowledge, approach Shiva. But if you want moksha, mokshamicchet janardhanat. So, Shiva and Parvati said, "No, we cannot grant moksha." Then you ask for some other boon. Then Tirumazhi Alwar said, "I am sewing this cloth, so let the thread follow the needle, that's all I want." That means, he said, "I don't want any boon." So generally what happens, people are after many worldly things. So we are always thinking about what we call as khyati, labha, puja. How do we get name? How do we get fame? How do we earn more money? How do we amass more money? How do we protect it, etc. But Tirumazhi Alwar had overcome all these wishes. But at the same time, one should not show disrespect to a great Lord like Shiva. So he said, "Please let the thread follow the needle." Of course it does, even without a boon it happens. So it is said that Lord Shiva and Parvati venerated Tirumazhi Alwar and then they proceeded on their way. And in those days, once again, it's a very contentious topic, so you have to understand it in the right spirit. So once Tirumanshi Alwar was passing by in a very revered Agraharam, as they used to call those days, which were settlements of the learned people. And there, a group of Vedic scholars were chanting the Vedas. And in those days, it was the tradition that certain people should not listen to the Vedas. In fact, today people call it discrimination, etc. And also one set of people, I don't want to use any particular word, I am using a very generic word. One set of people denied this knowledge to other people. In fact, it was not denial, it was safeguarding of knowledge. And also, my revered father used to say, when he was asked, why are certain classes of people not permitted to study the Vedas? And he used to give a very simple example. He said, the system will not accept it. And he used to give a very beautiful analogy. So suppose you have a 32-bit or 64-bit software. You insert it and you install it in a 286 machine. The machine will crash immediately. So don't do it. So therefore, certain human systems are unable to withstand certain powers. And therefore, it was recommended that this knowledge not be given to them. So when Tirumanshi Alwar was passing through, the group of Vedic scholars thought that this person may not be privileged enough to listen to this, so they stopped this chanting. And then after Tirumanshi Alwar passed by, they tried to restart the chanting. Then they could not remember where they stopped. Immediately, the guru, who was the main person of the group, he said, we have committed a sin. We have disrespected this person who passed by, so please call him back. They called Tirumanshi Alwar back, prostrated to him and said, oh, we have committed a great sin. Kindly excuse us, kindly pardon us. We have forgotten the exact mantra that we were supposed to start with. Can you let us know? Then Tirumanshi Alwar, he was a divine personality. He asked them to bring what we call this paddy, a small grain of paddy, which was black in color. And then he split it with his nails, and then he gave it back to them. In the Krishna Yajurveda Samhita, there is a mantra, Krishnanam Vrihinam Nakanirbhinnam. That's how it starts. It's about a yajna where you have to use the black paddy, and that paddy the awns should be removed by you using your nails, and then that particular rice should be used. But Tirumanshi Alwar did not take the liberty of chanting the mantra. He gave an inclination, he gave what we call a suchana with regard to the mantra by actually asking them to bring the paddy of the black color, and he split it with his nails and he showed it to them so that they can immediately remember what it is. Krishnanam Vrihinam Nakanirbhinnam. Even today in the Samhita you can find it. And this is the greatness of Tirumanshi Alwar. Then we come to Nammalvar, who is the most venerated saint. We call him the Angi, and all others are Angas. All the other Alvars are Angas. And if I have to explain the greatness of Nammalvar, it's an impossible task. But I will just explain it in one sentence. As the great Parashara Bhattar a saint who was the direct disciple of Ramanujacharya, told. He has venerated Nammalvar as follows. He says, Rishim Jushamahe Krishna Trishna Tattvamivoditam Sahasrashakham Yodrakshit Dravidim Brahma Samhitam. He gives only one adjective to qualify the greatness of Nammalvar. He says, Rishim Jushamahe Krishna Trishna Tattvamivoditam. If there was a human form for the thirst for Krishna, it is Nammalvar. So the thirst for Krishna has been personified as Nammalvar. What else do you need to know the greatness of Nammalvar? And what did he do? Sahasrashakham Yodrakshit Dravidim Brahma Samhita. He has authored, or actually, I should not say author, through him, more than 1,300 of the 4,000 stanzas have been given to us. And Sri Nammalvar, he was born in what we call the Panchamakula, or a Pratiloma Sankara, his father was, in those days these words were there. Of course, it may not be pertinent to say these words in a public forum, but I am just narrating what has been mentioned. As his father was a Panchama and his mother was a Shudra. But the Sanskrit name given to Nammalvar is Shatakopa. And it is a proven fact, as far as the Upanishads are concerned, that every child that is born in this world, each and every one of us that has been born is going to be born and is being born. When the child is in the womb of the mother, it always thinks enough of being born again and again and again and again and again. Let this be my last trip to the womb of the mother. But as soon as the child is delivered from the body of the mother and it touches the earth, what we call as bhusparsha, immediately there is, I just saw what is the time, that's all. So immediately what happens, there is what is known as the Shatavayu, it's called as Shatavayu. It actually encompasses our whole being. And immediately we lose all our Purva Janma Smarana and also the experiences that we were having while we were in the womb of the mother. But it was only Nammalvar who could overcome the effect of that Shatavayu, and he could retain and continue to have the divine experiences that every child has while it's in the womb of the mother. It might be very difficult to believe for all of us. Did we have such an experience? Were we also having such an intention that we should not yearn for anything other than this? So Nammalvar is known as Shatakopa or Shataripu or Shatarati, etc., several names. Now it has become Shadagopan in Tamil. Many people have the name. So he actually, it is said, Hunkarena. He actually shooed away the Shatavayu. And therefore he was steeped in divinity, steeped in the experience of the Divine Lord, right from the moment he actually incarnated in this universe. So that is the greatness of Nammalvar. In fact, as a child, he did not drink milk from his mother. He did not sleep. He did not have any human excretions that all human beings naturally have. But at the same time, he was having a divine aura because of the divine experiences he was having right from childhood. So the parents were perturbed naturally. What is this? Our child is not eating anything. It is not sleeping also. It is not actually having any excretions. So what do we do with this child? But at the same time it is alive. So this is how a real yogi is. Because we have heard of several yogis in this world who do not have all these human aspects. So what the parents did was, they took the child and put him under a tamarind tree, which is there even today. And that tamarind tree is revered because generally trees we call as sleep in the night. The two parts, they will actually fold like this in the evenings, and then they will open like this in the mornings. Every tree. But this tamarind tree is divine because it does not have that natural inclination. It is because Nammalwar stayed under that tree, and it is known as Nirnidra Chinchataruhu. It is called the non-sleeping tamarind tree, to put it in a literal sense. And after the 16th year, Nammalwar, who had divine experiences until then, started to actually give them out. So he sang more than 1,000 stanzas, which are known as Thiruvaimoli, Thiruvirattam, Thiruvashariyam, Periya Thiruvandadi, and Thiruvaimoli. 4 works have been given to us through Nammalwar by the Lord himself. That is how we say it. And Nammalwar was only about 25 or 30 years old when he was approached by a great devotee. This devotee, though he was born near Alwar Tirunagari in Tamil Nadu, that is about 10 kilometers away from where Nammalwar was born, he went in search of a guru to North India. He roamed all over India, and when he was in North India, he saw a divine light, something like this. Of course, it's not divine, it is physical, but he saw a light that was totally divine. And as soon as he saw the light, there was an inspiration in him, and he started to follow that light. He followed, traversed the entire length of India. And ultimately, when he came to Alwar Tirunagari, he saw that the light merged in Nammalwar. And he became a devotee of Nammalwar. He prostrated before Nammalwar. And though Madhurakavi was much older, probably he might have been in his 70s or 80s. We don't have specific date notings because Indians, today there is a huge debate with regard to the date of Mahabharata, date of Ramayana, etc. In fact, when I give talks in various forums, I say, we are not worried about this exact date, when the Mahabharata 2052 BC, January 15th, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. No, we are not worried. We are worried more in the message. How does it matter when it happened? How does it matter when Bhagavad Gita was given to us? When did it come into this world? Its message is eternal even today, and it is relevant even today. And it is going to be relevant even after another 10,000 years. Because the quest for a human to become a divine personality, is eternal. So Madhurakavi was about 70 or 80 years old, and he beseeched Nammalwar and said, "Oh sir, please accept me as my disciple." And Nammalwar said, "So be it." And all the psalms that were sung by Nammalwar were recorded, or they were documented, to put it in a modern language, by the great Madhurakavi Alwar. And out of the divine respect Madhurakavi Alwar had for Nammalwar. He composed only 11 songs. So he said, Verunnum na nariyen vedam tamil chaida maran chadagopan. I don't know about any God. I will not worship any God. I have only one God, and that is my Guru and Acharya, that is Nammalwar. And he has sung 11 songs. In veneration of Nammalwar only, he has not sung even one song about the God. But the greatness of the Sri Vaishnava tradition is, he is also venerated as an Alwar. And in a way we can say, he is venerated as the most important Alwar. Because whenever we sing the 4000 Divya Prabandhas, or even one portion of it, first we start with the 11 Pashurams of Madhurakavi Alwar only. That is the greatness of the Sri Vaishnava tradition, because according to the Bhagavatam and other texts, the Lord values the devotees of his devotees more than his devotees. So this has been understood and realized by our Acharyas, who elevated Madhurakavi Alwar also to the level of an Alwar, though he has not sung even one song about the Lord himself. Then, of course, time is running out. It's already 2:45. And as I said earlier, it's an unenviable task to talk about all the 10 or 12 Alwars within a period of 1 hour. So I will cover 1 or 2 more and I will conclude my talk. Then we have the great Kulashekara Alwar. Kulashekara Alwar was a king in the Kerala region. And I am sure most of you would know, he is the only Alwar to have a composition in Sanskrit also. And he is the great saint who composed the Mukundamala, which has no parallel across Sanskrit literature. It is the most venerated stotra that everybody sings or chants. And the essence of bhakti is captured in Mukundamala like in no other stotra. I can challenge, or everybody, it's an inarguable fact. And this great Alwar was the composer of a great text called Perumal Tirumudi. In fact, when he was the king, he would always listen to the Ramayana. And he would get so engrossed in the Ramayana that he would think as if he is also part of it. So once the scholars who were chanting the Ramayana, they were chanting one particular portion in the Ramayana which was talking in the Aranyakanda. So when Rama was encountered by 14,000 Rakshasas, of course Rama killed them single-handedly, we know it for a fact. But when that particular portion was sung, so we say, Chaturdasha sahasrani rakshasam bhima karmanam ekascha ramo dharmatma katham yuddham bhavishyati. Valmiki himself is so worried. He says, 14,000 Rakshasas on one side, and they all are engaged in what we call guerrilla warfare or something like that. They don't conform to any values. Whereas there is only one Rama, and he is Dharmatma. Katham yuddham bhavishyati. How can there be a war? In fact, in Sanskrit there is also a shloka, Vivahascha vivadascha samayoreva shobhati. If there has to be a debate or a war, it has to be between two equal people. Similarly, Vivaha also. It has to be between people who are having the same set of mind, etc., etc., etc. That's why in those days you used to ask, Varasamya irka, Varasamya idya. Are they Anurupyam, they call it. So are they in conformity with each other? So in this case, there is no excitement because there are 14,000 Rakshasas and there is only one Rama who is a Dharmatma. So Kulashekara Alwar was so engrossed, he said, come on, we will go and help Rama now. Now he called the army chief and said, you get the army ready, within half an hour we have to leave to help Rama. Come, let us go. Then what will the ministers, what will the Senadhipatis do? Oh, they said, it's our headache. We have to serve under such a king who is a madman. So what do? But of course, anullanghanīya hi rājāඥā, they say in Sanskrit. You cannot transgress the orders of the king. Then they said, yes, we are ready. Then they called the scholars who were chanting the Ramayana and asked him to chant the shloka which said that Rama killed all the demons and he is fine. So he said, tam drishtva shatruhantaram maharshinam sukhavaham babhuva hrishta vaidehi bhartaram parishasvaje. So beautifully it is said by Valmiki. After Rama killed all the 14,000 Rakshasas, he came down and he was welcomed by Sita. She was so proud of her husband. So tam drishtva shatruhantaram maharshinam sukhavaham babhuva hrishta vaidehi. And what did she do as a mark of appreciation? She embraced him. So this beautiful shloka was sang by the scholars in front of Kulashekara Alwar. And they said, Rama has defeated all the 14,000 Rakshasas and he is united again with Sita, who has welcomed him by embracing him, so we need not worry. Then Kulashekara Alwar said, okay, now you may drop the proposition of taking the army, now Rama is fine. This is the greatness of Kulashekara Alwar, and every day he said, I want to go to Srirangam and have the darshan of the Lord. And finally, he broke the shackles of administering the kingdom. And he said, now I will go to Srirangam and stay there. Gushyate yasya nagare rangayatra dine dine tamaham shirasa vande rajanam kulashekharam. And he, with his wife, who was also in line with his thought, they both retired to Srirangam. One more incident I will mention and I will conclude my address. So when Kulashekara Alwar and his wife were proceeding through the forest, of course those days you did not have roads or anything, and the king had renounced everything. So in Kannada they say, Utbattenalli hogta idare. Except for the clothes they were wearing, they did not have any belongings. So they were going through a forest. Then his wife said, Sir, oh Lord, I am having a sense of fear. What to do? Then Kulashekara Alwar said, what do you have to lose? Why are you afraid? Then she said, no, I have brought a small silver tumbler so that when you go you can perform Sandhya Vandanam. So only thing, if some robber comes and takes it, what will we do? Then Kulashekara, oh, is it? Please give me, now I have to do Sandhya Vandanam shortly, please give it to me. Then he took the silver tumbler and he threw it far so that it went into a bush, and then he said, now there is nothing to fear here afterwards. Because only if you have something to lose, you are afraid. When you have nothing to lose, what are you afraid of? So this is how philosophy was imbibed in the nature of Kulashekara Alwar. And one more very important incident. In those days, if you have to swear, earlier in the courts, people used to be asked to swear on the Bhagavad Gita. Of course, today I think I don't know. The legal luminaries have to tell me. I think that practice has been dispensed with due to various extraneous considerations. So always it is natural that when the king is very favorable to certain people, other people don't like it. So once there was a theft in the Antapura, or the private chambers of the king. And many people who conspired against the scholars who were close to the king, who were Sri Vaishnava, devotees are called Sri Vaishnavas. They complained to the king that these devotees, these so-called devotees, have stolen the ornaments from the private chambers of the king. But Kulashekara Alwar was so sure that real devotees will not stoop to such a level. He said, I will swear that these Sri Vaishnavas have not done it. Then how are you going to swear? The courtiers asked him. He said, you please bring a pot which is full of venomous cobras. And I will swear, if the Sri Vaishnavas are honest, I will put the hand in the pot containing venomous cobras, and the cobras will not bite me. And as per his orders, a pot full of venomous cobras were brought, and he put his hand inside it and swore. And none of the cobras dared touch his hands. And then, seeing this, the courtiers who were conspirators, they surrendered before the king and said, please pardon us. That is the greatness of spiritual power that the Alwars, especially Kulashekara Alwar, possessed. Anyway, there are 6 more Alwars about whom we have not had a glimpse. We had Periya Alwar, who is known as Periya Alwar. Of course, it's already time. Just 5 more minutes are remaining. I will not go into the detail. Then you have the most venerated Andal. Then you have Tondaradi Pudiya Alwar, Tiruppan Alwar, and Tirumangai Alwar. Each of these stories is so captivating. In fact, when we read these stories, we feel a sense of curiosity, or I don't know, I don't have the word to express the feeling. Why are we not interested in such divine stories? They are so interesting, they are so captivating. Why don't we study all these things? So I think a time has come, because Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, a very esteemed organization, has actually organized this program called Santhavani. And the greatness of this program, I was just going through the invitation. They have taken a lot of pains to cover the entire gamut of India. Of course, I recently, or some time back, I read 2 big volumes brought out by Gita Press, which is known as Sant Ank. They have covered the lives and the works of all the great saints who have adorned the Bhakti firmament of India. So, it's a great endeavor that the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan has done. And they have called stalwart scholars. Of course, I am only a novice among this great assembly of scholars. For example, Hare Krishna Shatapati ji, a great poet and a great Sanskrit scholar who has headed the National Sanskrit University, and several other, I am not able to take their names individually, don't mistake me. They have been brought here for this great program. And I sincerely request, humbly request the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan to make such programs, annual events, so there is an opportunity for this exchange of knowledge. In fact, today, the main problem our society is encountering is that there are no people to say good words and listen to them. Nobody is telling something good. Every TV channel, everything they talk about, they show murders, killings, and then all sorts of things that cannot be expressed in words. Today, the forums where good things are mentioned and heard have almost dried up. So it's a great venture that the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan has done, and I am sure with their great vision under the visionary leadership of Shri K.G. Raghavan ji, who is not only a legal luminary but also a great Sanskrit scholar, as was his illustrious father, about whom I have heard. He was the president of the Saraswathi Sabha, and in our young age, we used to appear for those Prathama, then Dvitiya, Tritiya, Turiya, and Pravesha, these 5 Sanskrit exams. We used to get a certificate signed by him, Shri Gopi Vallabha Iyengar, and I still have that certificate in my house. And I feel very happy when I see it. So, Shri K.G. Raghavanji himself is a scholar and legal luminary, illustrious son of an illustrious father. And similarly, we have Shri H.N. Suresh ji. He used to visit our place with the great Raja Ramanna, and I have very fond memories of his visit to our house. Under these 2 stalwarts, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan is doing wonderful work. And in fact, we have also a small foundation called Samskruti Foundation. We would be very happy to associate with the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. And my father used to say, even if 100 organizations work for 100 years, there is enough work to do. And it is a humble suggestion that we can work together in areas of common interest. And I thank all of you for your patient hearing. I hope you will not be bored. In fact, generally the session immediately after lunch is a little difficult because after the sumptuous lunch, it is difficult to give food for thought after food for stomach has been given. So thank you all for your patient hearing, and I once again, from the bottom of my heart, thank the organizers for having me here and giving me this opportunity. Nachedramānujetyesha chatura chaturakshari kāmavasthāṃ prapadyante jantavo hantamadrishaha punyam bhoja vikāsāya papadhvāntakshayāya cha श्रीमानाविरभूत् भूमौ रामानुजदिवाकरः तृणीकृतविरिञ्चादिनिरङ्कुशविभूतयः रामानुजपदाम्भोजसमाश्रयणशालिनः. Namaste to everybody.
It was an excellent talk, sir. Thank you so much. I would like to call our chairman on the dais to say a few words.
This is an unnecessary interruption. But since Suresh ji said I should say a few words, I will do it. It is like a candle lamp in front of the sun. That is my position today. We have had such wonderful exposition on an ocean of knowledge. And I can tell you from experience as a lawyer, if I have to argue a case in court for one full day, I need to prepare only for 10 minutes in my office. But if I have to argue a case for 10 minutes in court, I have to prepare the whole day in my office. That is exactly what we have experienced today. What an ocean of knowledge. And all that has been given to us in a capsule form by the learned speaker. It is a stupendous job. It's the most difficult job that one can experience. And he has done it. We are extremely grateful to you, sir, for this wonderful. I was looking forward for you to say a few words about how the seers made no distinction, how devotion makes no distinction on the basis of gender. And Andal or Goda is a classical example of how divinity makes no distinction between gender. And if there is one female Alwar who has revolutionized our thought, it is Goda. And we look forward to a separate lecture from Dr. Alwar on Goda Devi or Andal. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will move on to the next session. Nayanmars, the Tevaram trio, Shiva Bhakti saints. Speaker, Sri Jatayu. Sri Jatayu, sir, respectfully we will call you on the dais. I would like to call on the dais Sri Jatayu. Hearty welcome you, sir. Jatayu has been writing and speaking on Indian culture and social themes on Hindutva since 2005, both in English and Tamil. The range of his topic includes Hindu philosophy, scriptures, history, culture, literature, and arts. He is a scholar of Tamil literature, especially Kamba Ramayana and Bhakti poets, and gives discourse on these subjects. A collection of his Tamil essays has been published as a book, Kalam Korottum Narasingam, in 2015. He is on the editorial board of the popular website tamilhindu.in. His article and talks have been featured in Swararaja magazine, Pondi Life Fest, Sangam Talks, Swadeshi Indology, and Indica Conference, and Indica Talk, among all those. He is active on social media and regularly expresses his opinion on contemporary Hindu issues, often indulging in constructive debates. A clip designing technology professional by vocation, he is currently a resident of Bangalore. His given name is Shankara Narayanan. Now we have the privilege of honoring Sri Jatayu. I would like to invite our chairman to the dais. We will hand over the dais to you, sir. Sri Jatayu.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಂದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ, ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಓ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಓಕೆ. ಓಕೆ. वर्णानामर्थसङ्घानां रसानां छन्दसामपि मङ्गलानां च कर्तारौ वन्दे वाणी विनायकौ वागर्थाविव सम्पृक्तौ वागर्थप्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ உலகெலாம் உணர்ந்தோதற்கரியவன் நிலவுலாவிய நீர்மலிவேணியன் அலகில் சோதியன் அம்பலத்தாடுவான் மலர் சிலம்படி வாழ்த்தி வணங்குவான் அம்பலத்தாடுவான் மலர் சிலம்படி வாழ்த்தி வணங்குவாம். நமः பார்வதி பதயே ஹர ஹர மகாதேவா. Good afternoon to all of you. It is a great pleasure and privilege to be participating in this wonderful 12-day festival, Santhavani. That's a grand celebration of our great saints and sages from all parts of the Bharat and from multiple diverse traditions. Such a wonderful and apt celebration that BVB has thought of. So thank you very much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to speak about Nayanmars, the Thevaram trio, as part of this talk and festival series. So I have about an hour and a half, I am told, but I will complete my presentation within an hour or so, not more than that. If there is still time left, maybe we can have a question and answer session if you wish, and if the audience are interested in that. So I'm sure many of you have visited the great Shiva temples in Tamil Nadu, from Chidambaram to Tiruvarur to Madurai to Rameshwaram to many other places. So once you finish darshan in the main shrine and when you do the pradakshina, you see these great figures, right? All of them with their bowed hands. So these figures are called Arubattu Moovar, or 63 Nayanmars, the great Shiva devotees. So who are they? So most of the visitors to these temples from outside Tamil Nadu, I have seen, they are utterly clueless. One is because the boards, as you see here, are all written in Tamil. They are not bilingual or trilingual, so that the people can. And there is very less knowledge and information about Nayanmars in general among people outside Tamil Nadu. So it is very apt that we first put our focus on 63 Nayanmars before, we narrow it down to our topic that we have taken, the Thevaram trio. So these great devotees of Shiva, so their tradition goes back to about 1,000 years. Okay? So in about 12th century CE, a great epic poem was written by Sekidar called Periya Puranam, which literally means Mahapurana, which gives the story of all the 63 Nayanmars like a kavya. The Sundaramurti Nayanar, the chief among the Nayanmars,
So he is the Nayaka of this epic. So the epic starts with his story, and then it keeps narrating the story of every Nayanmar, who are like the Upanayakas of the Kavya, and ends finally with Sundarar ascending to Kailasa. As you know, there are many such anthology of Nayanmar's life stories in India. For example, there is Bhaktamal or Maha Bhakta Vijayam, which gives the stories of Marathi saints. There is Chaurasi Vaishnavanki Varta, written in Hindi by Nabhadas. But those are all much later. Periya Puranam was the first and foremost text to systematically give out the story of the great devotees of Shiva. And that way, we can say it is a pioneering work by Sekar. It is a kavya of about 5,000 verses or so, very elaborate. So, the 63 Nayanmars, many of them are historical personalities. Some of them could be called mythical or as part of the pre-existing folk legend. For example, I'm sure every one of you know the story of Bedara Kannappa. It is very popular in Karnataka. The Kannappa hunter who gave his eyes for Shiva. So he is one among the 63 Nayanmars. And then there is Chandeshwara. You visit every Shiva temple, you see Chandeshwara sitting in meditation, right? So he holds a parashu in his hand, and the tradition, as per the tradition, we are just supposed to clap mildly so as to not disturb his meditation and move away. But you have to worship him because he only gives the phala of visiting the Shiva temple. He is one of the 63 Nayanmars, and his story is narrated out in the Periya Puranam. And the Nayanmars come from all strata of the society. So there are Vaidika Brahmanas among Nayanmars. There are Agamika Brahmanas, who are called Shivacharyas, who still perform the priestly duties in the Shiva temple. And then there are Velalars, the land-holding farmer caste. There are merchants. There are fishermen, like Adhipatta Nayanar. We already saw hunter, Kannappa. There are washermen. There are even people from the Pulaya caste, which means it's a butcher. There is a pawner from the wandering musician caste. There are women. So it encompasses the entire strata of the society. And as you see, they are all worshipped together uniformly by the Archaka. So this is the greatness of the Arubattu Moovar or the Nayanmar tradition in the Shaivism of Tamil Nadu. So it is not just that their names are known, their stories are known, they are worshipped. So it is much more than that. Many of you would have seen that there are Utsava Murtams for all these 63 Nayanmars. So their birthdays or Tirunakshatirams are recorded meticulously, and their death anniversary, the days on which they attained liberation, which is called Guru Puja. So that is also recorded down, and in the Tamil Panchangams, all these days are given. And in all the Shiva temples, where there are shrines for these 63 saints, both these days are celebrated with special abhishekam, sometimes even procession of that particular Nayanmar taken out. And in the Mylapore Kapalishwara temple, a very renowned temple in Chennai, around the month of March, April, there is a Arubattu Moovar festival. Okay? It happens on the day of Panguni Uttiram, which is a part of the annual festival. And as you see in this image, all the 63 Nayanmars are taken in a grand procession. So there are separate palanquins, and in each of these palanquins, some 2 or 3 Nayanmars are decorated, and they are taken in a grand procession to the multitudes of crowds across the temples. So this is how the tradition of Nayanmars have been celebrated for over 1,000 years in Tamil Nadu. So if you compare this to many Sant traditions across India, it is very unique. Why? Because if you really hear the stories of saints, normally you don't find those saints enshrined in the temple, in a big temple, right? So you take the Veerashaiva saints of Karnataka, for example. You have Basavanna, Allama Prabhu, Akka Mahadevi. You don't see their statues in any of the Shiva temples here. So they are like another parallel tradition. It has become like that. So if you go to the Vithala temple in Pandharpur, there are so many saints. Jnanadev, Tukaram, Jnaneshwar. But their statues are not enshrined like in such a manner, so uniformly. So this is a uniqueness of the Nayanmar tradition of Tamil Nadu. How this came about, I'll briefly touch upon that before. So around 10th century, precisely during the reign of the great Rajaraja Chola, who built the Brihadishwara temple in Tanjavur. So he is the one credited with the tradition of installing the images of the Nayanmars in temples. So he created an example, and after that, so even in olden temples, which didn't have them, there was a tradition of installing the images of all the Nayanmars. That's how it started and developed. And among these 63, 4 are considered as Samayacharyas, or Samaya Guravar in Tamil. They are given the position of, though all 63 are bhaktas, right, devotees, these 4 are hailed as Acharyas or Guravaha, Samaya Guravar. Why? Because they created a beautiful textual hymns in Tamil, in chaste classical Tamil, which form part of the Shaiva sacred scriptural lore in Tamil Nadu. And that is why they are called as Acharyas and Gurus. So they are called like Nalvar. So if you see from left to right, the first one is Sambandhar, also called Tirujnana Sambandhar. The one next to him is Tirunavukkarasar. He is also called Appar. The third one is Sundarar or Sundaramurti, also called Nambi Arurar. And the fourth one is Manikka Vasagar. So Appar, Sundarar and Sambandhar, these trio, these mover, these 3 people, so the hymns they composed and sang, they are together called Tevaram. Okay? Tevaram means Divya Haram. It is a divine garland. That's what it means. And the fourth one, Manikka Vachakar. So the text that he wrote is called Tiruvasakam. Okay? Holy saying. And Manikka Vachakar, his period is later to all the 63 Nayanmars. So he is not counted one among them. But he is counted among the 4 gurus. Okay? So the historical period in which these Nayanmars lived, though Sambandhar and Appar were contemporaries. They both lived in the 7th century CE. Sundarar was a bit later. He came in around the later part of 8th century and the earlier 9th century CE. Manikka Vasagar, there are 2 views. There is one view which says that he was very ancient, even like 2nd, 3rd century, which doesn't have much acceptance. There is another view which says that he is after the 10th century. So when the Chola Empire came to end, the Pandya Empire gained prominence in Madurai, and that is where Manikka Vasagar lived. So he is counted among the Nalvar. Okay? So before I move on to tell you the stories of the 3, which is very exciting and full of divinity and bhakti, I want to mention one more thing, that the tradition of Nayanmar was well known in Karnataka also, not just in Tamil Nadu. So I'm sure all of you know about the poet Harihara, who lived in the 11th century. The text Hariharana Ragalegalu. So that gives out the stories of many Nayanmars. So there is Tirunilakanta Ragale, there is Ilayakudi Mara Ragale, who is one of the Nayanars, Kannappa Devara Ragale, Karikalamma Ragale is after the woman saint Karaikal Ammayar, and Nambiyanna Ragale. So Nambiyanna actually means Nambi Arurar, which is Sundarar. So in that portion of the text, the Nambiyanna Ragale, the 63 Nayanmar stories are told in a very brief manner by Harihara. So next to him, in the Vachana Sahitya, so there is a mention of Puratanaru. So starting Basavanna, you have Shiva Sharanaru coming in Karnataka. But whatever Shiva Bhaktas lived before that, they are indicated by the name Puratanaru in the Kannada Sahitya, and that actually means Nayanmars only. And in the works of Basavanna and Allama Prabhu, we see mention of Kannappa. And Raghavanka, another poet who was the disciple who came in the line of Harihara, so he has also mentioned about Nayanmars. And if you visit the Nanjundeshwara temple in Nanjanagudu, which is in Karnataka, you can see the images of the Nayanmars. It is not in a way like a row of icons, as you see in the Tamil Nadu temples. In fact, they are all in separate sannidhis in the Nanjanagudu temple. And in the Nolamba era temple in Avani, en route to Mulbagal here, so there is a Nolamba era temple of Ramalingeshwara. There you can see the images of 4 Nayanmars. So all this proves that the tradition of Nayanmars was quite well known all over South India. And it heralded the Shaiva Renaissance in South India in a manner. So the Shaiva Tirumurai is the canon or the holy scriptures for Tamil Shaivism. The esteemed previous speaker, he mentioned about Divya Prabandham, which is called Nalayiram, the 4,000 verses, right? So put together, the Shaiva canon is organized into 12 books, 12 Tirumurais, and put together, it would come to something like 15,000 verses. The complete scriptural collection would come to about 15,000 verses. As I told you, the Periya Puranam itself, which forms the 12th Tirumurai, it is the last one. That alone has about 5,000 verses. It's a kavya. So in this, the first 3 Tirumurais are the works of Sambandhar, Tirumurai 1, 2, 3. Tirumurai 4, 5, 3 are the works of Tirunavukkarasar or Appar. The 7th Tirumurai is Sundarar. 8th Tirumurai is Manikavasagar's Tiruvasagam. 9th Tirumurai is a collection of many bhakti poets, their works. 10th Tirumurai is a great work of yoga and tantra called Tirumandiram, authored by the great saint Tirumular, who is one of the 63 Nayanmars. The 11th Tirumurai is again an anthology of multiple poets. It also has the works written by Nambi Andar Nambi, who compiled all this pre-existing Shaiva literature into this Tirumurai form. And then when the Periya Puranam was written, as a crest jewel, it was put as the 12th Tirumurai. And the practitioners of Tamil Shaiva, they treat this like a form of Tamil Vedam. It is equivalent to Vedas for them. Such is the sanctity of this holy scripture, Tirumurai. And the songs from the Tevaram and Tiruvasagam, they are sung as part of the worship in the Shiva temples all over Tamil Nadu. So the link I have given, tevaram.org, it is a wonderful website which contains all the 12 Tirumurais in multiple languages, not just in Tamil. It has both the text and the translation in multiple languages. So let us move on. Tirujnana Sambandhar. So he is considered as the foremost of Nayanmars. What a great story his. He was born to Shivapada Hridayar, a Vaidika Brahmana of the Kaundinya Gotra, in a town called Sirgaji, which is near Chidambaram. It is actually in between Chidambaram and Vaidiswaran Koil, which is famous for this, palm leaf Nadi Josiam. Many of you might have heard. A very nefarious reputation it has acquired, Vaidiswaran Koil. So next to that is Sirgaji. So when he was 3 years old, his father took him, as usual, for his morning bath. So there is a big tank. So his father made the small child sit on the bank of the pond, the temple pond. So he went inside and he chanted some mantras, in the regular traditional manner. He was taking bath, very elaborate manner. And the child, suddenly there was some sense of fear. So the child Sambandar started crying. So as the story goes, he cried. He cried with a big sound. The father obviously is busy in his bathing. So the Lord, who is Uma Maheshwara, abiding in the temple, in the Sirgaji temple, he heard the child's cries, and he asked Uma Devi to go and console the child. So the Uma Devi came, the Parvati came, and she gave him the divine milk of knowledge called Jnana Pal to him. So Sambandar drank that. In that moment, all divine knowledge came to him at that very moment when he drank that divine milk. So when the father came out of bath, he saw some milk still spilled over the mouth, and he questioned him, where did you go anywhere? Did you eat or drink something? Who gave you this? He was about to beat the child, and then the child started singing. Todudaya seviyan vidayeriyor tuven madisudi காடுடைய சுடலை பொடி பூசியன் உள்ளம் கவர் கள்வன் ஏடுடைய மலரான் முனை நாள் பணிந்தேத்த அருள் செய்த பீடுடைய பிரமாபுரம் மேவிய பெம்மானிவனன்றே. In such chaste Tamil, the child sang this song. He says, oh, he came with a kundala in his ear. Why kundala? Because it is Shiva wears the Nagabharana in the right ear, that is Shiva's, and kundala in the left ear, because that is Devi's. So, very first darshan that the child got was of the Devi's face, and it is that dangling kundalas that captured his imagination. And he said, the one with the kundalas in the ear, Todudaya Seviyan. He came riding on a bull. He was wearing moon on his head. He was smeared with ashes all over his body. He stole my heart. Yan ullam kavar kalvan. And then he says, such is the Lord who is abiding in this town of Brahmapuram. So this was the very first song that heralded Tirumurai. So then the father realized that this is no ordinary child. He is divinely blessed. So then the fame of this divine child spread to the nearby towns. So the father, like every father does to his child, such a small child, so he carried him on his shoulders to all the nearby Shiva temples. And in every shrine, Sambandar composed some hymns and he sang. So like this, when he was going, there are many incidents described. So in a place, Tirukkolakka, so the child was always putting thalam with his hand and singing, and because of which, those small tender hands, they became reddish. So Parvati, the Divine Mother, noticed this, and in this town, miraculously, 2 golden cymbals, what we call as thala or jhalar, so that manifested in his hands. So he is always portrayed with those thalams in his hand. So the Devi in that town is called Tharisai Nayagi, who gave the thalams. In another town, Pattiswaram, when Sambandar was going, there was scorching sun. Small child walking with his tender feet. So Shiva could not bear this. So he asked his Ganas, and suddenly some 4, well-built people came, and they were holding a shamiana-like, moving shamiana-like structure made of pearls over his the entourage, the whole entourage in which Sambandar was going. And in another place called Thirumarugal, when Sambandar was singing and going, so he saw a woman crying profusely, and a man dead by snake bite is lying. So this was a young girl who had come with a man she loved from her house. Why? Because her greedy parents, they had promised to give her in marriage to this man, and then she gave his heart to him. And when another alliance came, which was like richer, they broke the promise, and they were about to give her in marriage to the other party. The girl could not bear this. So she was a great devotee of Shiva, and then she told this man, the Shiva will take care of us, let us go. So both of them, the story looks very modern, but this is how it is described in Periya Puranam. So they came to this temple town, and unfortunately the man was bitten by a snake. So the girl was crying in the temple. When Sambandar saw this, his heart melted in compassion, and he sang. He sang a Thevaram hymn at that very moment. And so he says, "Oh Shiva, see the way this girl cries. She is devoted to you. Udayai tagumo ivalul melive." That's how all those 10 songs end. Oh my Lord, does she deserve such grief? She is a devotee and she didn't commit any wrong. Does she deserve such a grief? Udayai tagumo ivalul melive. So then when he finished the 10th song, miraculously the dead man came alive. So this shows Sambandar's compassion for woman, which we see in many other incidents further down in his life. There are many other miracles. I am skipping them for paucity of time. And when Sambandar was, the songs were very musical. So the first song that I sang, Todudaya Sevi, and some of you who are familiar with Karnataka music may think that is a Gambhira Nata raga. So in Tamil, that is called Nattapadai. So in Tamil, these ragas were called Pan, and the Thevaram songs have their associated Pan. So when he was singing these songs, and maybe he felt that there must be a musical accompaniment. So in one place, a great veena player came and joined him. So the ancient form of veena was called yal. As you see in this picture, harp, a form of harp. So this great musician was called Yalpanar. So wherever Sambandar went and he sang his songs, the Yalpanar was playing his harp to the accompaniment of that. And in those days, these wandering, the Panar caste, It is one of the very ancient communities of the Tamil society, but due to some reason, they had lost their social status. So they were not allowed inside the temples. Sambandar broke that taboo and he made Yalpanar enter the temples along with him. And thus he restored the lost social status of the wandering musician community, which was a great thing. And so as it went on, in one place, Dharmapuram, so Sambandar sang a tune which has a very complex thala pattern. It goes something like, Madar Mada Pidiyum Mada Annamum Annador Nadai Udai Malai Magal Nadayudai Madai Magal Nadayudai Malai Magal Nadayudai Malai Magal Tunayana Magilvar. This is one line. It goes like this. So the Yalpanar was not able to play this in this harp. His harp the strings of the harp broke, and he considered this as a great papa or some kind of a bad omen. But then Sambandar convinced him that is not true. This kind of melody has come out of me only because of Shiva's grace, and this marks a deviation in music, that more complex thala patterns like this will now come into our music. So this great raga is called Yalmuri Pan, the raga that broke the harp. That's how it is called. And then in another place, when Sambandar was traveling in a palanquin, there were many people who were bearing the palanquin. And then when Sambandar was wanting to see Upper Tirunavukarasar, he heard that the great devotee Tirunavukarasar, a very aged man by that time, was also traveling around that area. In fact, his whole purpose of that journey was to meet Upper. And then at one point, when he came out of the palanquin, he saw that one of the people bearing the palanquin was Upper himself. And then Sambandar jumped from the palanquin and he said, I have committed a great sin by making you bear me on your shoulders. Then Upper, with all his humility, said, you are a divine child. I am blessed to bear you on my shoulders. So when both these devotees met, together they traveled to many kshetras in the surrounding areas. And in Vedaranyam, which is called Tirumaraikadu in Tamil, the doors of the Shiva temple remained closed for a long time. And each of these Upper and Sambandar, they sang one verse each, and at the end of it, it is said that the doors of the temples opened. And from that point onwards, the temple became accessible to all. So there are many such incidents. And one of the major things in the life of Sambandar is his re-establishment of Shaivam in Pandya country. Around the 7th century, the Buddhist and Jaina religions were very influential in Tamil Nadu. The Jaina religion in particular. So much so that the Pandya kingdom, with its capital Madurai, had become so much Jaina country that the king himself became a Jaina. And this is as per the narrative in Periya Puranam, okay? Which also matches to some extent what we read in history. That the Shiva Bhaktas were even afraid to wear vibhuti and go worship in the Shiva temples. So the Chola princess, who was the wife of the Pandya king, she was a great devotee of Shiva. But once she got married to the king and he went to her husband's town, she found such a situation, she got terrified. Her name was Mangayarkarasi. Mangayarkarasi simply means a queen among the ladies. Okay, Mangai means queen, such a beautiful name, Arasi. Mangai means lady, Arasi means queen. So Mangayar Karasi was her name. So when she heard about Sambandar, so she sent emissaries to Sambandar, asking him to come and visit Madurai. So when Sambandar came, she went and cried to him, saying that you have to rescue this country from these alien sects and restore the glory of Shaivam here. So then, so as per Periya Puranam, the Jaina monks, some petty people among the Jaina monks, they heard about Sambandar having arrived into the town and they wanted to finish him off. So they set fire to the place where he was staying. And then Sambandar said, Sambandar of course escaped miraculously. And then he said, may this fire go to the ruler of this country. And then the Pandya king was afflicted by a disease. His whole body was burning. When the Jain monks came, they could not cure the king. He was suffering so much. And then the queen said, let me bring this divine child of Shiva. So Sambandar went there. So he sang 10 verses on the glory of Vibhuti. It starts with Mandiramavadu Neeru. Even today, the Tamil Shaivas, they chant those verses while applying Vibhuti. And that cured the king's disease. So then the Jains challenged. They said that let us get into a debate. It's a very long story. So there is a debate between Sambandar and the Jains on whose scriptures are powerful. So at the end of it, Jains lose, and they had put a bait before the debate that when they lose in the debate, the king can punish them with death sentence, and they are ready to take it. And when this happened and they lost, and in fact it is said, I mean this is as per Periya Puranam, that they will burn themselves at the stake. They will impale themselves. I mean impalement means there is a sharp edge, right? So they will go sit on it and they will die. So it is, since they lost it out, and the king asked them, what do you want to do? And it is said that some thousands of Jain monks, they died. They impaled themselves and they died. So this is a controversial topic and account, but it is there in Periya Puranam, which is a 12th century work, as I had already told you. I have already given a very detailed talk on this subject, and I have submitted a paper in the Shaivism conference some 3 years back. You can go to YouTube and search Sambandhar Jatayu. That talk will come. So the summary of the whole thing is that, so this event is not historical. It is, in fact, great scholars like Nilakanta Shastri have said that this is not historical. And it was not prevalent during Sambandar's time. In fact, till 9th century, we don't see any mention of this. There is a mention about Jain's debate, but not the other part of thousands of Jains having killed themselves. So later it got added to the Shaiva lore by a poet called Vattakuthar, and then it continued. So from Periya Puranam onwards, we see this story as part of Sambandar's life history. Another thing, again, as part of the historical debate, I will briefly touch that. The Jain records, see, Jains were much more meticulous in documentation and keeping records. They do not have any record of this incident. And even after this time, the Jain religion did not die out in the Pandya country. In fact, there are still a lot of Jain temples in the area, but dilapidated condition. So many people moved away from the Jaina religion voluntarily. It did not happen in a violent manner. So that's what we have to conclude overall. So that was about Sambandar. And before moving on to upper, I will just touch a little bit about the beauty of Sambandar's poetry. In almost all his poetry, he describes the natural beauty of the towns he visits. So, almost half of the poetry describes about the beauty of the temple and the town, and the other half talks about the grace of Shiva. So there is this verse. Pulanaindum purigalangi nerimayangi arivazhindittu aimmelundi alamanda podaga anjelendru arul seivan amarum koyil. When all the 5 senses, they are lost, they become delusioned, their intellect gone, and they are going and sitting on these vishayas, the 5 senses. So they are just engrossed in the external materialistic pleasures through these 5 senses and get lost in samsara. He comes and says, no fear, and bestows his grace. The temple where he abides is Thiruvayyaru. This is the first half. I mean, he doesn't tell the name of Thiruvayyaru. The temple where he abides. How is that temple? Valam vanda madavargal nadamada mujavadira malayanranji silamandi alamandu marameri mugil parkum Thiruvayyare. There are women doing pradakshina of the temple, beautiful women wearing dazzling jewels. There is a kettle drum and mridanga, they are being played and their sounds are coming. Looking at this, there are monkeys in the temple. The temple is surrounded by a garden, obviously. There are trees. It is not like today's urban temples. So these monkeys, they think that, oh, there is lightning, there is thunder. So such is the dazzle and sound of the jewels and the mridangas that they think that the rain is going to come. They are climbing the trees and looking at the sky like this and seeing whether the rain would come or not. Such temple of Thiruvayyaru, where he abides. See, such beautiful description. And anyone who is into poetry can actually relate both these. I won't explain it in detail. The kind of scene that he chooses to describe the temple and the way he narrates Shiva's grace in the previous line, they have a subtle connection internally. So that's the beauty of the poetry. And there is another poem about the Kalahasti hill. So again the same pattern. So it goes like this. Vanavargal danavargal vadai pada vandadoru magadal vidam. It starts slowly like this. And then the tempo picks up. Yena minamani no depu vaikilakil nekalavar kalalinal Kanavartha Mahamagallir Kanagamani Vilagu Kalatti Malaye. It ends like that. So how is this Kalahasti? So it is a dense forest adjoining the Kalahasti hill, and there are huts of the forest dwellers. And in front of those huts, there are these great women of the forest tribe wearing jewels. They have dried up their grains, the wild grains like foxtail millet, all those millets that wildly grow in the forest. Thinai, it is called in Tamil. And there are birds that are coming to eat that. And this woman, they just remove their earring or some necklace and throw that away to drive away those birds. Such carefree are those women. In this Kalahasti hills, in such Kalahasti hills, Shiva abides, goes the description. So, now we will come to upper. So, I already spoke about the Jain conflict. So, the story of Thirunavukarasar has even more of it. Okay? So, Thirunavukarasar was born with the name Marul Nikiyar in the in a region that is near Kadalur, Pondicherry now. So he was born in a landlord family. His elder sister, Tilakavati, was very devoted to him, very affectionate towards him. And they were a great Shiva Bhakta family, very rich. And the elder sister, she was engaged to a man whom she loved. He went for war and died there. Then she decided not to look for another man to marry, and she decided to live as a widow because she had already given her heart to him. So she was going to Shiva temples, doing various services there, singing hymns, and their parents died. And then this person, Malulniki, though he was very rich, he did not find any peace. So he went to the Jains, who had a great mutt and monastery in that region. And he studied the Jaina scriptures. He became a great Jaina guru himself with the name Dharmasena. And then the sister was so much worried that he has moved away from the path of Shaivam. Every day she was praying to Shiva to bring him back to the Shaiva religion. So as it happens, so once the Dharmasena developed an incurable stomach ache, and all kinds of medicines were given, and all the mantras and the siddhis of Jains were used, but still he could not get relief. So he came to his sister and cried. Then this sister said, "You were born in a Shaiva family. You have strayed. You just come to the Shiva temple and prostrate once." So he came there. He came to the Shiva temple, and the moment he entered the premises of the Shiva temple, he was cured of the disease. He applied vibhuti and came back to Shaiva again. So this really enraged the Jain monks in the region, and they complained to the local chieftain, who was the representative of the king, that this man he is really spoiling the name of Jainism among people, and you have to punish him. So then, as per Periya Puranam, he was subjected to various kind of torment and persecution. So they sent an elephant to trample him, and then he started singing the glory of Ganapati, who was Shiva's son, and then the elephant moved away. And he was put in a limestone quarry, which will be like toxic and burning. It is called Sunnambu Kalavai in Tamil. And once he went inside, he went into deep meditation, and he said, "Oh, how beautiful, this is like spring season. It is like full moon. Shiva's grace is like this." He was so totally engrossed in meditation and lost all bodily senses and came out intact. Then they tied him with ropes to a stone and threw him into the sea. And then he remembered Shiva, and he said, "Katrunai puttiyor kadalil paichinum natrunayavadu namachivayave." You bind me to a stone and throw it into the sea. Shiva will be my refuge. Namashivaya will be my refuge. And then he did not sink. So he came out floating. So there are actually kshetras associated with these things. So if you visit Kadalur, there is the Patalishwarar temple in the outskirts of Kadalur, in a place Tiruppadiri Puliyur, and near to that there is Karai Sernda Kuppam, where Tirunavukarasar, he came to the bank. So then he started going to so many Shiva kshetras. He sang the glories of Shiva everywhere. His fame spread all over the region among the Shiva devotees. And in one town, Tingalur, there was a great Brahmana called Appudi Adigal. So he had just heard the name of Tirunavukarasar. He became a devotee of Tirunavukarasar. And he did a lot of dharmic works, like dharmashalas, the places to give water for the travelers. He named all of them with Tirunavukarasu like that. Even his sons, he named elder Tirunavukarasu, it is said, younger Tirunavukarasu, middle Tirunavukarasu, like this. So one day, he had not met Tirunavukarasu, nothing. He just developed devotion, hearing his glories. So once Tirunavukarasu came to the town, and he was so surprised to see his name everywhere. And then he asked, who is doing all these dharmic works? Then they mentioned about Appudi Adigal. He went to Appudi Adigal's house, and the moment he saw the appearance of Tirunavukarasu, he knew. He prostrated at his feet. He said, I am so blessed. You have to stay here, have feast and go. And one of his sons, so he went to the garden to get the banana leaf for the feast, and a snake bit him, and he died immediately. So when he came to know, he did not want to disrupt the honoring of the great sage. So he just put his dead body over in some corner of the house and carried out all the hospitality and everything. The feeding was going on. Then Tirunavukarasu asked, have all your sons come? Then he said, with a lot of hesitation, he said, no, one son has not come. Then he said, where is he? Bring him. Then they brought the son's dead body. And then Tirunavukarasu, he felt so compassionate, and he sang 10 songs. It's called Vidam Tirtha Tirupadigam. The 10 songs that broke the power of poison. So at the end of it, the boy came alive. So this is one miracle attributed to Tirunavukarasu. And there is another very, very moving incident. So Tirunavukarasu lived for a very long time. So when he became very aged, he thought that he would go all the way to Kailasa and have darshan of Lord Shiva right there. So then he started walking. And when his knees really became very weak, he could not walk. He rolled. So he was putting his body to a lot of pain, and he was crawling and rolling. And on the way, one elderly man came to him. Where are you going? He said, to have darshan of Shiva right at the Kailasa. Then the old man said, you are already so aged. You have had darshan in so many Shiva temples and sang everywhere. You are already so blessed. Why do you want to go to Kailasa? Give up that idea. Then he said, no. Then he said, okay, you have crawled so much. Please take bath in this pond. Get refreshed and then proceed. So then Tirunavukarasu went into that pond. He took a dip. When he woke up, he was in the town of Tiruvayyaru. Okay? And surrounded by a great greenery. And he saw a pair of so many animals. A he-elephant and she-elephant in love, they were walking around. They looked like Shiva Shakti to him. And then there were a pair of flamingos. He saw Shiva Shakti in them. There were the pair of fish. He saw Shiva Shakti in them. And he sang 10 songs. They are so beautiful. It starts with Madar Pirai Kanni Yanai. I don't have time to sing all these songs. So in each, he describes one animal pair. And then he says, Kandeen avar Tiruppadam, Kandariyadana Kandeen. He says, I saw his holy feet. I saw the things unseen. So this is how Tirunavukarasu's life came to end, in him getting this vision of Kailasa. So Upper's poetry is, so as you can now see, Sambandhar's poetry is beautiful. It is filled with youthfulness and aesthetics. Upper's poetry is very emotional and moving. So this very famous verse, he says, Kunitta Puruvamum Kovvai Chevvayil Kumil Sirippum. There is this bent eyebrows. There are reddish lips which are like the Bimba Phala. And there is a blossoming smile in them. The smile you see there, in the stone sculpture of Nataraja. That is from the Gangaikonda Solapuram. So it appears as if it was inspired by this Thevaram description. Panitta Sadayum, the snowy Jatabhara where the Ganga flows. Pavalampol Meniyil Paul Vennirum, in the crystal-like body smeared with ashes. Initta Mudaya Yeditta Porpadamum, that lifted leg that elevates the whole world. They call it as Kunchita Pada, that lifted leg. If I can see all this, why do I even want mukti? Manitha Piraviyum Venduvade in the Manilatte. I want to be born again and again as human so that I can relish on this beauty of Nataraja. Manitha Piraviyum Venduvade. I want the Manusha life in this world. So this is one of his verses. And the tank is the Shiva Ganga tank in Chidambaram, that you see. And in another poetry, he says, he sings the glory of Somaskanda. Nam Kadambanai Petraval Panginan. On his left, he has her, Uma, who gave birth to our Skanda. Then Kadambai Tirukkarakkoyilan. In the holy temple of Then Kadambai, he abides. And then he says, Tankadan Adiyenayum Tangudal, Yenkadan Pani Seidu Kidappadi. It is his duty to protect even a lowly devotee like me. It is my duty to serve and remain humble. Such a simple and moving verse of Appar. And then we come to Sundarar, who is perhaps the most colorful of all the Nayanmars. His life is very flamboyant and colorful. So, Sundarar was born in a Adi Shaiva, Shivacharya family. Shivacharyas are a community which performs temple duties, including archanas. They are called Gurukal, like Gurugalu in Kannada. In Tamil, there is a word Gurukal. That's the word used to describe them. But he was adopted by the local king, and he grew like a prince. So when he attained his adulthood, he was a very charming young boy. And they got a girl from his own community, and a very pompous marriage was arranged. And the marriage ceremonies were going on. He was about to tie the knot. And at that moment, some very old man walked in. He said, "Stop, stop, stop." Then everybody looked up. Who is this? Who is coming inside this marriage hall? Then the old man said, "See, the man who is here sitting as a groom, you know, he is a slave to me. His great-grandfather had given a written manuscript that this person born in this family will be a slave to me." Then everyone was shocked. They said, "How is it possible that a Brahmana person can be a slave? You are also a Brahmana, so there is no slavery like this." Then this man said, no, it is there in the manuscript. He's produced the manuscript. There's a big elaborate description in Periya Puranam. In fact, the Sekidar described how the judicial process was happening in the Chola country during that period. And then they found the manuscript very authentic, and they told Sundarar that, "What can we do? Unfortunately, we have a solid evidence that you are enslaved to this man. Call off the marriage. So you go behind this person." This Sundarar, the Nambi Aruran, that was his name. The Nambi Aruran was enraged. Then what to do? He started following this man with a lot of anger and rage, and whoever had come to marriage had left. And that man was running, and this Sambi Aruran was also running. He wanted to ask him, why did you come exactly at this moment in my life and all that? And suddenly that man disappeared. And in his rage, Nambi Aruran called out, "Pitta, Pitta." Pitta means madman. "Oh, madman, oh, lunatic, where are you?" And at that moment, a divine experience happened to him. And he realized that it was Shiva who has come and took him in his grace. And then he cried. Then he cried a lot in remorse and said that, why did I told so many bad words to you? You yourself came and showered your grace on me. And then, now how should I sing you? I really want to express my love to you. How should I sing? Then an echo came from inside the temple. You called me out Pitta. So just start with that. So then his Tirumurai starts with the words Pitta. Pitta Piraisudi Perumane Arulala Pitta Piraisudi. That's how it starts. Oh madman, Piraisudi, oh Chandrachuda, oh Lord Perumane, Arulala, oh graceful. So then he, because the way he was brought into Shiva's grace, he had a very special relationship with Shiva. He was called Van Tondan. Van Tondan means hard devotee, harsh devotee, who even has the rights to blame and get angry with the Lord. And he was also called Tambiran Tholar, meaning he is the friend of Shiva. So he is not a dasa or not a regular devotee. He was like a friend. So we see this mode of friendship of Sundarar with Shiva all through his life. So then Sundarar went to many Shiva Kshetras. There are miraculous incidents. So there is in one place, the river was not giving him way. So he asked Shiva in a jovial manner, you don't want me to come and see you? Why this river is blocking me? Then the river gave way to him. The flooding in the river subsided, like that. And then he went to Tiruvarur. Tiruvarur is a great Shiva temple, not much popular, but it's a beautiful temple with a great ancient history. So there he saw a dancing girl. In fact, she was from a Devadasi community called Paravayar. And she was a great Shiva Bhakta. She was serving in the Shiva temple. And you must remember that the Devadasis had a very honorable and respectable position during the time in which this story happens. They were like the artists who were offered for temple service. And they were very rich also. The kings endowed them with a lot of patronage and all that. And then he told Shiva that, see, I am really in love with this girl. Make her fall in love with me. So this was the way he talks to Shiva. And then the girl also sees him there. And then he goes and meets the girl's parents. And they get married. So, and she stays in Tiruvarur. He spends some happy days with her for some time. And then he goes to, so this, the image that you see here, this is Tyagaraja Swami in Tiruvarur. So it is a very unique form of Shiva, Somaskanda. So this is how the decoration is. It is so beautiful to see in life. And this is Sundarar, and this is his wife, Paravai. They are depicted like this. And as you see in all the pictures, Sundarar is dressed like a king with a crown and so much of jewels and other things. That's how he is depicted always. And he goes to many towns, and then he comes to Tiruvattriyur, and there he sees another girl, Sangiliyar, who was a Shivacharya girl. And his mind goes towards her. And then she says to Shiva that, it is you who caused desire in my minds. So now I have to marry her also. So he marries her, the second wife. Then Shiva also wants to play with Sundarar here. Okay? So as per the traditional story, Shiva comes into the dream of Sangavai Nachiyar, and Shiva tells her, see, take a promise from him that he will never leave you or leave this town. Okay? Then only you will agree to marry him. So she says that Sundarar also gives promise. And then after a while, he thinks that Tiruvarur is the abode of Tyagaraja, and he is my cherished deity, and Paravai is also there. Now I should go there. So then he decides to go, and the moment he crosses the boundary of that village, he loses his eyesight, as per the story. Why? Because he broke his promise. Then he tells Shiva, what is this? Shiva says, you broke your promise. You have to bear the consequences of that. Then he takes the help of many Shiva devotees and reaches Kanchipuram. And then some of the Tevaram he sings in Kanchipuram is very beautiful. The story of Kanchipuram is such that Kamakshi makes a lingam out of the sand, and to test her devotion, the river comes, and the lingam is swept away. And then Kamakshi cries. She knows that Shiva is Sarveshwara, and nothing happens if that Shivalingam is swept away. But still, the feeling of her devotion is such that she feels that. He mentions this in the Tevaram. My devotion to you is like this. Then he gets one eye. Okay? This is how the story goes. So he travels with that one eye and reaches Tiruvarur all the way. There he takes darshan of Tyagaraja, sings a Tevaram, the next eye comes. So with both the eyes. Now, Paravayar has already heard this news of his second marriage and all. She is very angry. So now Sundarar says, see, whenever I am in trouble, I have to come to you only. So now you go as a emissary to Paravayar and convince her. Because this is how you caused trouble to me by coming into the dreams of the other wife. So now you go and tell Paravayar that Nambi Aruran is a nice person. He is my devotee. Please accept him. And of course, in a very chamatkara style, it is said that Shiva walked the streets of Tiruvarur to convince Paravayar to accept Sundarar. And there is another incident where in Tiruvarur, and everyone now knew that Sundarar is the favored devotee of Shiva. So in a great mandapam, many Shiva Bhaktas were together on a festival day or something. And Sundarar was entering the temple, and without saluting the Shiva Bhaktas, he went in. And then one Bhakta he is also one of the 63 Nayanmars, Viranminda Nayanar. He stood up and said that now we will banish Sundarar from the group of Shiva Bhaktas. The one who doesn't respect a Bhakta, he is banished. And then the other devotees ask him, if you banish Sundarar, what to do with Shiva? See, he is so kind to this person. Even if he commits mistakes, Shiva's grace is always upon him. Then he says, if there is no respect for the Bhakta, we will even banish Shiva. So at that moment, it is said that Shiva appeared, and he appreciates Viranminda Nayanar for his dedication, towards the devotion to the Bhaktas. And in that moment, Sundarar sings one great hymn called Tiruttonda Thogai, in which the names of all the 63 Nayanmars are mentioned. So it starts like this. Tillaivar andanardam adiyar kumadiyen tirunila gandat kuyabanar kadiyen. It goes like this. Adiyen, adiyen, adiyen means dasa. I am a dasa. I am a dasa. So he tells each Nayanmar's name and then says, I am a dasa of him. In some cases he says, adiyarkum adiyen. I am the dasa of that person. So this text, Tiruttonda Thogai, is very important because this is the very first text where we see the names of all the 63 Nayanmars beautifully put. And in fact, this is the primary source for Sekidar to write his Periya Puranam later. And this entire order of Nayanmars, right? So there is actually an order in which their names are recounted and their icons are installed in the temple. That very order comes from this hymn, Tiruttonda Thogai of Sundarar. And because of this, he gets another name, Tondarsir Paravuvar, meaning the one who established the glory of bhaktas. So that is Sundarar with his two wives. So in another temple town called Avinashi, there is a miraculous incident where a Brahmana boy who has been drowned in a river, he was devoured by a crocodile many years ago. And his parents still have the grief that they have lost their son. When Sundarar comes to the town, when he hears this news, he goes to the same river. And he sings a Tevaram hymn. And then the son, who was drowned a few years back, comes back from the mouth of the crocodile, appropriately grown to that age. And he is rescued and given back to their parents. And there is a sculpture narrating this incident in the Avinashi temple. And when Sundarar reaches one particular kshetra, so he says he feels that I have lived a joyous, great life. In fact, there are I don't have time to put poems of Sundarar. There are some very interesting poems where Sundarar really takes a lot of liberty. So there is one Tevaram in a place, Tirumurugan Pundi, which is near Tirupur. So Sundarar was the only Nayanmar who went to the Kongu region, because that region, which is now a flourishing one, Coimbatore, Salem and all that, it was not a very fertile region those days. Only the Chola and Pandya countries were very fertile. So he goes there, and en route he gets robbed, because he always traveled with jewels and other things, right? He gets robbed. And by the time he reaches temple, he is very angry. And then he reaches the temple, and the temple Archaka says, there is Uma Maheshwara here and all. Then he says, what is all this? You can't save me from the thief. You are here with that beautiful lady with all the dazzling jewels, with a slender waist. Why do you need all this if you can't protect me from the thieves? So like this, he takes a very friendly banter with Shiva. So in the end, when he feels this, so there is a white elephant coming from Kailasa. So he mounts that elephant and reaches Kailasa. So till now I told this account, there is actually a big flashback for the whole thing, as it is narrated in Veerappa Puranam. So Sundarar was one of the Shiva Ganas in Kailasa. Okay? And when he was serving Shiva in all due devotion, he got attracted with two Sakhis of Parvati called Kamalini and Kumudini. And that desire came in his mind. And then Shiva said, now that you got this desire, you three will be born on earth. You will enjoy the delights of love. And then when your life ends, you will come back to Kailasa. And that is how he climbs that white elephant and ascends to Kailasa. So this white elephant, this Kailasa ascending scene is painted as a beautiful mural in the Tanjavur Brihadishwara temple. The mural is partly damaged, but it is, you can decipher it, that it depicts this scene. So I told you that the saints went to so many temples and sang their hymns, and wherever they went, those temples got very special status. They are called Padal Petra Thalangal, or sacred spots, sanctified by Tevaram songs. So there are 276 of them, and there are many books which give the list. There is even a Google Map plugin, where if you visit a particular region in Tamil Nadu, you can easily find out what are all the Tevaram song sthalams around that area, and you can visit them. So there are many temples, big and small. In fact, there are very big temples like Chidambaram, Madurai, Tiruvarur, Kanchipuram, Kalahasti, Tiruvannamalai. There are temples in some very obscure village, very small temple. And some of these things are very credible. Again, I don't have much time to go into this. If you take Sambandar, for example, The entire journey of Sambandar is described by Sekular, traced through the songs. So he first starts from his native Sirgadi, travels all the way to the northern banks of Kaveri. There is a specific place where he crosses, because in olden days, those were the crossing points. And then sings all the sthalams in the other banks of Kaveri, crosses it again, and goes towards this direction. So the Tevaram hymns are ordered that way. So that is the thing about Padal Petra Sthalangal. And the structure of Tevaram. So in Tevaram, there are patigams. Patigam means dashakam. So there are 10 songs with the same theme. Okay? So if it is Tevaram for Chidambaram, there will be 10 songs. And then the last song is like a Palashruti. So in Sambandars and Sundarars Tevarams, they put their name. So the Sundarar put the word, Sambandar puts the word Sambandan, Sundarar puts the word Aruran. But upper, because he is a very humble person, out of humility, his Tevaram Padigams also have Palashruti, but he doesn't put his name. Okay? And all these, as I already told you, they are set to these traditional ragas called Pan. They all have Tamil names. The raga is the same as the Carnatic equivalent. So, but they have Tamil names like Kolli, Kurinji, Nattapadai, Sigamaram, like that. And there is a whole community called Oduvars who were appointed as temple singers to render these songs. And nowadays, just like any other traditional communities, many Oduvars, they went into a lot of poverty and they moved to some other professions. But still, a few of them are left. And so here you see one great such person, Sri Sadgurunatha Oduvar. So he is the traditional Oduvar for the Kapalishwara temple. So if you go to the temple in the evenings in Chennai, such a great, majestic, sweet voice, you can see him singing the Tevaram during the Arati time in the evening, in the morning also. So the Tevaram singing is a very living tradition. Though the Oduvars are disappearing from that profession, all other Shiva Bhaktas are learning Tevaram and singing it in the traditional tunes. Before I conclude, I haven't spoken much about philosophy so far because I focused on the lives of the saints. So the underlying philosophy of all these Thirumurai hymns is Shaiva Siddhanta, as you know. It is a philosophy rooted in Vedas, Shaiva Agamas, and Puranas. So there are 28 Shaiva Agamas, Karanagama, Rauravagama, Suprabhedagama, etc. It's a very big body of literature in itself. And so there is this triad, Pashupati Pasha, in Shaiva Siddhanta. So all jivas are Pashu, Shiva is Pati, and you are in the bondage of samsara, which is called a bondage or Pasha. So how you got into this bondage? It is because of 3 primeval defects, or 3 mala. In Tamil they are called Mummalam, Anava Mala, Karma Mala, and Maya Mala. Because of these 3 malas, the jiva got into the bondage. So for liberation, you have to take the 4-fold practices of Charya, Kirya, Kriya, Yoga, Jnana. Charyai, Kiryai, Yogam, Jnanam, they are called in Shaiva Siddhanta. And these 4 Nayanmars whom we saw, this is beautiful. So their mode of devotion is mapped to 4 paths called, one is Dasa Margam, which is the most common. So being a devotee like a Dasa. So upper or Tirunavukarasar signifies that. So his poems always talk about servitude and the torment that he faced. The next is Satputra Marga, where the devotee considers himself as the child of the Lord. We can easily guess it is like Sambandar. So Sambandar always himself considered as the child of Shiva and Parvati. And with that mode of devotion, the third is Sakha Marga, the path of friendship. We have already seen how Sundarar, displaced, that marga. The fourth one is called San Marga, which is the path of knowledge or Jnana Yoga, and that is Manikavasagar, about whom we have not covered in this talk. So these four margas are mapped to Saloka, Samipya, Sarupya and Sayujya, four forms of mukti that is spoken about. So there is a beautiful, so this entire Thevaram hymns and the lives of the saints are beautifully organized into a philosophical framework. But that happened later, after the lifetime of Nayanmars, where Shaiva Siddhanta developed great texts like Sivajnana Bodham in Tamil. Okay, so very brief outline. This is again a deep subject in itself. So this is my last slide. So with this I will conclude my talk. This is the last verse of Periya Puranam. Yendruminbam perugumiyal binal ஒன்று காதலித்து உள்ளமும் ஓங்கிட மன்றுளார் அடியாரவர் வான் புகழ் நின்றதெங்கும் நிலவி உலகெலாம். I have given the meaning. Eternal is the bliss of Shiva. So the servitors, bhaktas or adiyar, they love the one who alone should be loved. Their souls soar up to the feet of that one. The immense glory of the servitors, the bhaktas of the Lord, dancer of Ambalam in Chidambaram, it pervades and abides eternally through all the worlds. Such is the glory of the sages and the bhaktas. With that I conclude my talk. Namah Parvati Pataye Hara Hara Mahadeva. I'm not sure we have time for questions. If we have, I can take. Otherwise, we can conclude. So, one more thing. Sorry, I brought this book specifically. There is this beautiful book published by Ramakrishna Math, Chennai, called Periya Puranam. So this is Tamil version. The English version is also there. So this has the beautiful paintings on the lives of all the 63 Nayanmars by the legendary painter S. Rajam, who was a polymath. He was actually a musician and a painter. He lived a very long age, like 90 years, and recently passed away. Beautiful paintings. In fact, some of the paintings I had put in the presentation were by him. So those interested can look at this book. Thank you.
I truly appreciated your deeply insightful thought. Thank you, sir. Now we have a 15 minutes coffee break. I request everyone to assemble here at 4:30 sharp for next program.